The whole reason government introduced preferential points is first to ensure that we give adequate opportunity to designated and historically disadvantaged individuals. And so you'll see today, after we see the presentation, each of you will be developing your own policy. It's no longer a national policy. You'll each be developing your own policies. And this is really an opportunity for us to try and equalize and reduce the disparities that we see across the province. And I think it's a great opportunity. And again, as Treasury, we will be here to support you while you're developing the policy, to check the policy, to see that it's in line with the regulations, and any issues that training that you may need. This is what Treasury is here for. So I wanted to be here specifically today because the individuals that are in this room have such a critical role to play in provincial government, in municipal government, and at public entities. And if we can get this team to be gelled, to be efficient, it will have a massive impact on the way that we do business in government. So thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak to all of you, and I really hope, please engage, ask. You've got all the experts around the table today. This is an engagement session. Please make sure when you leave here, you understand exactly what is required from yourselves. And again, we will be here on this journey to support you going forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to our HOD. I think we need to get straight to the business of the day.
Good morning, colleagues. I'm not sure which of these mics I'm supposed to use, but thank you so much for the warm welcome, HOD, PAG, and all the colleagues here today and those online. We really want to say thank you for taking the time to have us here and for turning out in your numbers. We really appreciate that. I think today is an important session because, as the HOD said, there's quite a shift that's taken place since the Constitutional Court judgment, but it's something that should have actually happened since 2000, but we'll get into that. The subject of the day is the Preferential Procurement Regulation. I'm not sure if it's projecting. Oh, there we go. So it's the Preferential Procurement Regulations of 2022. Apologies, I forgot now that let me just get back here. I seem to have been dropped from the call. Sanele, the team's call, I seem to be dropped from it. I'm not sure.
Ooh, your team's...
Where's your IT guy?
Okay, let's use my...
Okay. Must I
email it to me?
Apologies for that, colleagues. For some or other reason, there seems to be challenges here. But while I'm emailing the presentation to Sanele, we'll use his computer. Let me just say that we are the team that is here. It's myself, Leander Peterson from National Treasury, in the SCM Policy and Legal Unit, or Policy Norms and Standards. I am here with my colleagues. I'm going to ask them to stand when I call out their names. Ms. Piwenge Sihle Mashabani, she's, here we go, she's also in our policy unit, largely responsible for infrastructure procurement policy. And Mr. Nkosi Tando Matebula, stand, yes. We call him Tando for those who struggle. He's not Nkosi Nati or no Tando, we just call him Tando. So, and then also Itumeleng Molepo. Itumeleng has also joined our team. So when it comes to questions and answers, they are also here to answer your questions. We have dedicated ourselves to being here for the day. So we are willing to listen to any questions and answer whatever questions you have. I know that when you see Treasury, sometimes you want to ask everything else that has been topical in your minds and burning issues. But please, I'd like to implore us if we could just keep to the program of the day for today, because trust me, when we get back to our respective places of work, we start thinking, oh, I should have asked them this, and so you think of all these other things. So let's try, as I go through the presentation, what we can maybe do if there are burning issues, write it down. And in fact, this is what we did in some of the other provinces, and it worked quite well. You can write down your questions, and at the end, I'll ask that we put it on that table so that my colleagues can also have a look. But having said that, it doesn't mean that we're not going to have questions here. We are, but we also know that sometimes it's easier if you process it in your mind and write it down. And some people don't always want to speak in public, so we ask that you would do that. And also it provides us with an opportunity to have record of these questions, because when we go back, we can use them to develop frequently asked questions and provide answers. And also some of the issues that we realize keep coming up are things that can be included in an implementation guide. So we thank you for that. Here we go. We seem to have, oh, I didn't share my, did you share? Did you share the screen? Oh, okay. You didn't.
Do you need more?
No, it's fine. Let's do that.
Okay, 1 second.
Great, finally. Don't worry, colleagues, the presentation won't be extremely long, so we will still have enough time for questions and answers. Okay, so just in terms of, as I said, what we would like to do, the format that we usually take, is to give you background into why we're here, what happened. The HOD did mention the Constitutional Court judgment, but we'll just talk a little bit about that so that everybody is on the same page. We'll then explain the rationale for the revised regulations, and then we'll give you an overview of the content, what is not there, what is new, and then we'll look a little bit at the specific provisions in the regulations, particularly those that have incorporated some changes, and then we'll just briefly talk about our implementation support and way forward. So in terms of the background, we know that the Preferential Procurement Regulations of 2017 were introduced in January of 2017. They were promulgated then, and with an effective date of 1 April 2017. And these regulations were different to the previous sets of regulations because they sought to actually give effect to a pronouncement that was made by the former president in his State of Nation address in 2015. And what he had said was that government will set aside 30% of appropriate categories of state procurement for purchasing from SMMEs, cooperatives, as well as township and rural enterprises. And we know that that is an aspirational objective of government. That was the plan, that is the vision that government had. But in order to give effect to that, we need to put that in law. That had to be given effect to in law, because we know that South Africa operates on the rule of law and the principle of legality, meaning that as public functionaries, as organs of state, we cannot do what the law does not enable us to do. And so in the 2017 regulations, to give effect to that pronouncement, Regulation 4 and 9 in the main were introduced to do that. Regulation 4 speaks to pre-qualification criteria for preferential procurement, and Regulation 9 spoke to subcontracting as a condition of tender. And so, but those were the regulations that were actually challenged. So Regulation 3 was also challenged, but that is just the regulation that refers to Regulation 4 and 9. And that was challenged in the High Court unsuccessfully. That was by Agribusiness, now known as Sakelige, and they indicated that these regulations should be declared invalid, they're unlawful, etc. The judge in the High Court actually dismissed their application, and he was very complimentary of the minister. He was saying that these regulations are necessary because they need to take into account what the Constitution says, and they are necessary for redressing imbalances of the past. Sakelige, or Agribusiness at the time, did not leave it there. They challenged the minister and that decision. They appealed to the Supreme Court of Appeal. And on the 2nd of November, I think it was 2020, the Supreme Court of Appeal then upheld that challenge. And the Supreme Court of Appeal declared the regulations invalid and unlawful, and they said because of the interconnectedness of the regulations, they declared the entire set invalid. But the minister then also didn't leave it there, and he challenged it at the Constitutional Court. And this is why we are where we are today. So at the Constitutional Court, the reasoning, the Constitutional Court declared the regulations invalid as well, but the reasoning of the Constitutional Court was very different to that of the Supreme Court of Appeal. What the Constitutional Court said, and I must tell you it was a 4-5 split, so 4 in the minority, 5 in the majority, and what the Constitutional Court judgment in effect said was that Regulations 4 and 9 were actually an important part of achieving Section 2172 of the Constitution. So they understood the reasoning of the minister in developing these regulations. And if those who haven't read it, I would encourage you to please read that judgment. And the minority judgment goes in at length, pages and pages of explaining why they see the rationality of what the minister did. And they're actually in support of that. But one extra judge, so the 5 in the majority judgment said, we agree, in fact all of them said, we agree for a large part with what the minority judgment said. But what they said was that it wasn't the minister's place. So that's the distinction. Not that the regulations were necessarily bad or unconstitutional, but they said because the Triple PFA, Section 2.1 of the Triple PFA says an organ of state must determine its own preferential procurement policy and implement it in accordance with the framework set out in that Act in Section 2. And so they said because the organ of state is vested with the power to determine their own policy, it is not the minister's place then to do that. So what the minister did by prescribing Regulations 4 and 9, the Concord said, amounted to determination of preferential procurement policy. So, okay, so with that in mind, we then had to, and then they also upheld what the Supreme Court of Appeal said, was that they will give the minister 12 months to rectify those incorrect provisions. So what the Concord said was that, after the minister obtained clarity, was that those 12 months now, from the 16th of February, will continue to run. So when the minister challenged at the Concord, those 12 months were suspended. They stopped running, and then once the judgment came in, they then continued. So those 12 months are coming to an end in January 2023. And this is why the regulations have to be in place before that expiration of the suspension period of invalidity. Otherwise, we'll have a gap in the system. So with that in mind, when these regulations were being revised, we had to take, the Minister of Finance, Treasury had to take into account as a point of departure, what has the Constitutional Court said, what is the rationale that they gave, the reasons for their decision, and also what then does the Act say. Because you will recall, colleagues, that regulations are subordinate instruments, right? They're below the Act. So regulations can't go outside of what the Act provides. If the Act stops from A to J, then the regulations can only talk from A to J. They can't go beyond that. They can give some details in terms of that, but they can't go beyond that. And so looking then at the Act, we then see that in 2(1)(b) and C, it tells us that the Minister may prescribe the thresholds for the implementation of your preference point system. So your 80 and 90, those thresholds in terms of those threshold amounts, that's what the Minister may prescribe. And prescribe is defined as prescribe in regulations. So the regulations then must talk to those threshold amounts, and the regulations must also talk about the formulae for the application of those threshold amounts, because it says the Minister again must prescribe the formulae within which the 80-20 and 90-10 will apply. So we can see then that 1, the Minister can prescribe thresholds, 2, he can prescribe formulae, and then 3, if we look at section 5, it says, or any other matter that may be necessary or expedient to prescribe in order to achieve the objects of the Act. So, and that is again what the court case turned on, because you find that the minority judgment spoke about how it was necessary and expedient for the Minister to do what he did. But the majority judgment said no. The mere fact that organs of state have the right to prescribe that policy and they can then determine how they must implement that, it doesn't leave the Minister with much room. It wasn't necessary for the Minister to go further and talk about pre-qualification or talk about subcontracting. The organ of state must look at that and see if and how they can determine that. So again, from what the majority judgment said, see that whatever we put in the regulations must align with the Act and must not go beyond what the Act allows for it to go into. So with that in mind, the key changes then that are introduced, and I'm sure you've already read the regulations and have been mulling over what you can put in your policies by now. So you'll see that reference to the use of your BBBEE status level of contributor as a means for claiming preference points, that is no longer, you won't see that in the regulations. That has been omitted. Okay. Now, I'm not sure what the room feels about that, but I know that you would have seen in the newspapers and the media how people are up in arms and saying that, you know, we're regressing and we're going back and we're reneging on transformation, etc. But that is not actually the case. If we look at why that provision was omitted, we need to go back to the Act. And the Act says in 2(1), as I said, it requires an organ of state to determine its own preferential procurement policy and implement it within the framework described in the Act. And the Act, in section 2(1)(d), talks to specific goals. And it says that specific goals may include contracting with persons or categories of persons historically disadvantaged by unfair discrimination on the basis of race, gender, or disability. And then Roman numeral 2, so section 2(1)(d), 1 and 2, talks about implementing the programs of the Reconstruction and Development Program. So when you look at that, you realize that there is no place for allocating points for BBBEE status. Because remember, 2(1)(e) also says that an organ of state must, in the invitation to submit a tender, clearly specify the specific goals for which a point may be awarded. So when you are implementing, remember with your broad-based Black economic empowerment status level, if you come out as a level 1, you are given 20 points or 10 points. If you come out at level 2, you're given 18 or 9 points, etc. So there's no room there to hone in on a specific goal and say that, actually, I want to allocate all 20 points to persons who have been historically disadvantaged on the basis of race. So, or I want to allocate 15 of the 20 points to someone who's, to enterprises that are owned by persons who have been historically disadvantaged on the basis of race, and 5 to enterprises owned by women, for example. Or I want to allocate 10, 5, and 5 on race, gender, disability. Or 10 and 10 to enterprises, maybe if I find it in the RDP document, your SMMEs perhaps, then I want to allocate 10 points there, etc. So you have, the organ of state now has the flexibility in line with their strategies and their policies, how they can then allocate those points. So instead of just taking a BBBEE certificate and allocating points that way, there's now that room for maneuverability. Yes, it's still only giving points, but at least it allows that opportunity to hone in on the points that you want to give in line with your strategy. Okay, so, and let me just say this, and don't get me wrong. BBBEE is still a legislative policy of government, okay, and we still need to use it, but it's got its own objectives. Yes, ultimately, PPPFA, BBBEE are all focused on empowerment, but with a different, the approach is different. So, for example, let me tell you why it's not necessarily a bad thing in the procurement space to be able to allocate specific goals and not to use those points on your BEE status. So I know of an example of 2 companies. One was wholly owned by Black persons, right? So we know that Black people are people who have been historically disadvantaged by unfair discrimination on the basis of race, right? That's not in dispute. So this company was owned by Black people. And they then had to go to a SANAS accredited agency and get verified for their BEE status level of contributor. And at the end of that process, they came out as a level 7, right? Wholly Black owned came out as a level 7. Another enterprise, and both of these were competing for the same tender. Another one was a white owned company, and they came out as a level 1. So who won that tender? I'm sure you can guess. So though the Black company lost out because of the fact that if you're level 1, remember, and it's 80-20, you get 20 points. If it's 90-10, you get 10 points. A level 7 features way down, so they then lose out on that. So we're saying that it's not, and again, like I said, don't get me wrong, I believe that BBBEE has its place, and it is still a law. I usually have my booklet here, and I will show you that the Act is still in existence. It hasn't been repealed by this Concord judgment. So contrary to maybe what the newspapers say, the Act is still there. It's legislated and it's mandated, managed and administered by the DTIC, right? And they even have a BBBEE commission to assist institutions. So organs of state have to comply with the PPPFA, but they still have to comply with the BBBEE Act. And Section 10 of that Act states that every organ of state and public entity must consider and as far as reasonably possible apply any relevant codes of good practice issued in terms of the BBBEE Act. So when they are developing and implementing a procurement policy, it doesn't say when they are implementing their specific goals. It says when they are implementing and developing and implementing their procurement policy. And what the BBBEE Commission and the DTIC, we've indicated to them, because they've written to us as well, and we've assured them that we will direct institutions to go to them for assistance in terms of how they can incorporate those codes of good practice or take into consideration what the codes of good practice say. So remember, I think even when the HOD gave her introduction, she spoke about the roles of organs of state, of the accounting officers, and that accountability. So likewise, even us at national and different provincial departments, etc., we are all in existence for a particular purpose, and we have a particular mandate. So as Treasury, we were very kindly told by the court to stay in our lanes, if I can use the young people's colloquial expression. And so, in the same way, even when it comes to things like, we have a Department of Women, Youth, Persons with Disabilities, we have a Department of Small Business Development, we need to interact with those departments and engage with them in terms of how they can assist us to look at even documents like the RDP and extract certain goals, etc., if that's in line with our strategy. Those particular goals that we feel we want to promote in a tender document, we can approach those departments for assistance. But, like I said, when it comes to developing and determining your own policy, that is entirely within the mandate of the organ of state. And that's a good thing. I know it requires a mindset shift, but it's actually a good thing. Because now you can tailor-make your policy to be in keeping with the direction that your organization wants to go in terms of its strategy. Then the other one, so we've already discussed BBBEE, that you don't see in the regulations, but we also won't see a provision relating to local production and content in the way that it was done in the 2017 and 2011 regulations. Remember, in those regulations, where there was a sector or a product that was designated, if your tender related to that designation, you then had to, there were certain thresholds. So if we look at, say, clothing, leather, footwear, and textiles, I think I've got the order wrong, but anyway, if we look at that, we will see, so when we're procuring, say, school uniforms, okay, that is a designated sector. And there, everything is designated at 100%. Okay, so the threshold is 100%. So meaning, if we are then procuring school uniforms, even the buttons and the zips and everything, the cotton, must be 100%. So it means it must be procured and manufactured, in South Africa, right? Now, and if a bidder, a tenderer, responded to your invitation and there was a portion of that uniform that wasn't manufactured in South Africa, immediately that bidder was disqualified, okay? Because of the local production and content provision. Now, the regulations are saying, remember, we have to stick to what's in the Act. The Act talks about awarding points for specific goals. It doesn't talk about disqualifying the bidder for a particular goal. And if you look at the RDP document, remember 2.1D Roman numeral 2 provides for implementing the programs of the RDP and provides for points to be awarded for specific goals. So then you will see that you would then need to look at that at the RDP document, and you would then need to determine where are those goals that talk to your industrialization objectives, or that talk to your local manufacturing or whatever. So you would look at that, and then you can extract those, put them in your policy, and when you are issuing an invitation for a quotation or advertising the tender on the open competitive market, you would then include those as specific goals, and you would then indicate in your tender document how many points you are going to be awarding for those specific goals. Okay? But you will not be disqualifying somebody. If you have that in your tender document and somebody doesn't meet that requirement, you would give them 0, right? But you will not eliminate them from the process. Okay, so again, like I said, so you won't see local production and content, you won't see that as a provision for disqualification, but even despite what I said, it is important that organs of state support government's initiatives on development and sustaining the local manufacturing base until a uniform policy is adopted through appropriate legislation. So to this end, again, it's important that organs of state identify, as I said, within that RDP document, where there are goals that support local manufacturing or industrialization, and then cater for these goals as part of their policy, and then specific goals in the tender. What we've done is we've also put the link in the presentation, and I'm sure the organizers of this event will send it to all the attendees, where you can then access the RDP document. We've also, though, on the OCPO website, we have the regulations, and we have the RDP document there as well. So it's easy for you to access that. We would encourage you to workshop that document. So it's about an 82-page document. So it's not a document that just has a list of goals neatly that you can just take and import into your policy. You need to read it so that you understand what is government trying to achieve. Yes, that document was developed in 1994, gazetted in 1994, but it's still applicable today, because we can see that all those things that government was aiming to achieve are still relevant even today. Okay, so two things then that we won't see in the regulations are your provisions relating to your BBBEE status level of contributor and to your local production and content. But there are other provisions as well that you won't see there. You won't see provisions relating to the evaluation on functionality. Now, don't panic. Okay? Don't think that that means that when you are constructing roads and bridges, that you can just take anybody, any fly-by-nights, because as long as they meet your price and preference. No. I certainly don't want to be driving over a bridge that's about to fall. We need to still ensure that our bids are evaluated for capability and ability to do the job and quality requirements. But the reason they are not included in this document is because the PPPA and its regulations are related to your empowerment objectives. The focus is on preference, okay? Giving preference in the allocation of contracts. But your issues relating to functionality, etc., are still part of your broader SCM prescripts. You know that in your Treasury regulations, they talk to evaluating your developing specifications. And in your specifications, that is where you will then talk to what are the requirements for this particular tender. Okay, so when you are procuring laptops or computers, you might not necessarily have functionality requirements, but you will have specifications. You wanted to have so many RAM and ROM and all these things, right, that relate to that. So you still need that product to be workable for you. But if you are procuring maybe services for lecturing or training or whatever, or even then infrastructure related, you would then put in functionality requirements, because it would be important for the tenderers to meet those before they go on to be evaluated on price and preference. And all those things, like your functionality, your negotiation of a fair market price, etc., those are then, what we then thought to do was to develop an instruction around that for the PFMA institutions and a circular for the MFMA institutions or your local government institutions to then at least give some kind of guidance at a principle level as to how you should then take into account your functionality requirements, etc. So even though you don't see it in the PPPA and in the regulations, you will still see it in your broader SM prescripts, in your policy, in your instructions, and your circulars. Regulations providing for subcontracting after the award of a tender and your negotiation of a fair market price, your cancellation of tenders, like I said, for the same rationale, they are not constructs of the PPPA, but they belong under your broader SM prescripts and in your policies. They have then been removed from that because, again, the principle that I must leave you with, regulations can't go beyond the scope of what the Act provides. And so we had to be very circumspect now, again, because the Constitutional Court said, is it necessary or expedient? No, it's not necessary or expedient for the minister to prescribe. So regulations providing for pre-qualification, for preferential procurement, and subcontracting as a condition of tender. Remember now, those two regulations were specifically challenged in court, and therefore for us to go back, for the minister to go back and put them in regulations would be tantamount to disregarding what the Court has said, and almost be almost in contempt of court, as it were, because you're totally disregarding what the Court has said. And then regulations providing for the issuance of circulars and guidelines, that provision has been removed as well, because you will recall that a lot of the circulars were actually in relation to local production and content, your designation circulars. And given that that provision is no longer in the regulations, there's therefore no longer a need to now have circulars in relation to designations. And even if the Minister or National Treasury wanted to inform an institution about something, it doesn't need, because it would be a circular, and a circular is about sharing information, so you are at liberty to share information with the institutions. You don't need a provision there to say, to tell you to share your information that's in line with the mandate that you have been given in any case. So that's been removed. But then there is a new provision that's also been introduced now, and that relates to prescribing a formula that will be used when you're allocating preferential points in tenders to generate income to dispose of or lease assets by an organized state. Now, as HOD also said, a lot of the time when we think of procurement, we tend to just focus on acquisition. But what the court said, so what happened is, there was a Supreme Court of Appeal judgment in Airports Company South Africa versus the Imperial Group. Remember the group that rent your car rentals and so on. So AXA had some space that they wanted to lease out. And because they then were of the opinion that the preferential procurement regulations and the Act doesn't apply when you are disposing or you're leasing, they then thought that they would like to use the opportunity to also provide for certain empowerment objectives, even though they are leasing. Now that's a noble thought, but what they then did is, they then spoke to ownership requirements, etc., like 51% black ownership and so on, and the Imperial Group took them to court and said, but you are not applying the regulations. You're going beyond what the regulations are asking you to do. And the Supreme Court of Appeal said, they actually said that although in most cases, the state pays from the fiscus, you pay for goods or services, but they said if you read the provisions in the Act and the regulations and even in the Constitution, you need to apply a purposeful interpretation. Because, and what they said is that even when you are disposing or you're leasing of assets, your assets, you need to then apply your preferential procurement regulations. So what they said is, so normally, for example, if I was buying a bottle of water, I would want to pay at least as little as possible for that water, right? But if I am selling the water, then I want to get as much as possible for that water. So what the Supreme Court of Appeal said is that because they are leasing assets, what they should have done is those provisions, your 80-20 or your 90-10, your formula, they said that instead of then, when they get the prices in, they must then look at the acceptable tender that has the highest price, and they must then allocate the highest points to that tender. And every other tender then that's lower in price would get lower points on a prorated basis. So in other words, it's about applying the formula in reverse. So that is why in the regulations now, you will see provisions relating to that formula. That's essentially the normal formula that we know. It's that formula in reverse. And then there's just some definition that also relates to that. So you'll see then that now was an opportunity, because the regulations were being revised, that we could also then incorporate the provisions of that AXA judgment. So that judgment brought some kind of certainty to the space Okay. And then you'll see that the definitions section has also been adjusted accordingly. In the previous one, there was quite a lot of definitions, but because there's a lot of provisions that are no longer there, even the definition section has been reduced because we don't define words or phrases that are not used in the regulations. So you don't see them in the body of the regulations, therefore you won't find them in the definition section. And where there are terms that you might see that have not been defined, then those are usually given, they are ascribed their ordinary meaning because there's nothing different in the way they are being used. The way they are being used in the regulations is the same way that you would use them in your normal course of life and of talking. Okay. Now, the specific provisions. Now that we've discussed our background, our rationale, our overview, now let's look at specifically what are some of the provisions that are new and that have changed somewhat. So so remember as well, these regulations had to go through the Office of the Chief State Law Advisor. So after all is said and done, this is what we are now left with in the regulations. So Regulation 1 talks to our definitions, and in the definitions you'll see there's now a new definition there that hasn't been there before, highest acceptable tender. But we've also defined lowest acceptable tender, and so before I get to highest, let me start with lowest. In the, when we had the public comments, which again, sorry, I always do this in the middle, I must take the time to also thank you as a province, KZN, the institutions, the organs of state, and even private bodies, individuals sent extensive comments, and I can assure you that the team read each and every comment. We're sitting with about 1,120 pages Word document of comments and responses. So thank you so much for your comments. And in there, people have said that we see the term lowest acceptable tender, and it's a term that's used it's a term that's used in the formula, but we don't quite understand what it means. And so we thought, here's an opportune time then, let's define it and bring certainty. So remember, the Act does define acceptable tender. And then when you talk about your formula when you're doing acquisitions, it talks about lowest acceptable tender. But what that simply means is that it's a tender that complies with all specifications and conditions of tender, and that is the lowest price compared to other tenders. So you issue a tender, you get 20 responses. Of those 20, when you do your evaluation and your functionality and all of that, eventually you're only left with 5 that meet all the criteria. Those 5 are regarded as acceptable tenders. And then the lowest acceptable tender is the tender that has the lowest price compared to other tenders.
The visual has been cut off.
Yes, I think someone put on their camera. Apologies, colleagues. The visual has been cut off. Looks like it's dropped off there. Sorry about that, colleagues. I'm just going to drink water. Sure.
I needed to log into your PC so that I can monitor them there.
Oh,
Is it a 5-minute break?
Yeah, maybe.
They need that.
Okay, you do that. You announce it.
You do it.
Announce it.
Colleagues, thank you very much. Apologies for the glitches. It seems the colleagues are actually looking for a 5-minute break. We can allow that, just 5-minute stretch break, then we can continue. There's still tea and coffee outside. We'll be reducing the alcohol, I think. Yeah, 5-minute break, colleagues, until 10:35.
I've unlocked it. Do you want to share?
Sure.
And they said, where did I lose me? Oh, yeah.
I think when you were studying the regulation one.
Okay.
Yeah, I think you can just start afresh when you come back.
Okay. That's fine.
Alright.
Almost done.
Let's read these. Okay, that's fine. izinto ngendlela.
Right, colleagues, welcome back. Take your seats. Thank you. Apologies from the delays. I think the colleagues have decided to take a short tea. Please, colleagues, let's have some working tea and let's proceed with our business of the day.
There we go. There's a line there. What is that about?
Yeah, no, that's good.
Okay, thanks. Thank you, colleagues. I trust you're warmer now, and we're ready for the last little stretch of the presentation, and then we will have questions and answers. Okay, so the colleagues that are online have indicated that they didn't hear from the start of this screen. So I'm just going to quickly repeat what I said. Essentially, I was just thanking everybody for all the comments that they had submitted. We had extensive comments and we really appreciate it. I can assure you that the team went through each and every comment that was made and we responded accordingly.
And because of the comments as well, you'll see that the draft that went out for public comment is somewhat different, not in some of the omissions, but some of the way things were drafted have been modified to take into account the comments. And so with the definition section, that was basically where a lot of the inputs were also made. And what I had said is that we now have a new definition for highest acceptable tender. But before I get to that, I just started talking a little bit about lowest acceptable tender, because that is a phrase that we have seen in the regulations already. So we know that the Act defines acceptable tender as meaning a tender that complies with all the specifications and conditions of tender. But lowest acceptable tender then means, and I was using this example where I said if an institution has invited requests for quotations or advertised a tender on the open competitive market and 20 tenderers respond. Of those 20, you will then determine whether or not each of them are acceptable tenders. So you will look at whether or not they comply with the specifications and conditions of tender as set out in the tender document. And if they do, so let's say of the 20, 5 comply with the requirements. So 15 have now been eliminated. Of those 5, so those 5 are all acceptable tenders. But now of the 5, you will check which one is offering you, this is now if you are acquiring goods or services, you will check which of those 5 are offering you the lowest price. And the one that has the lowest price is the one that's regarded as your lowest acceptable tender. So you'll see the definition means a tender that complies with all specifications and conditions of tender and that has the lowest price compared to other tenders. Okay, so that's what that means. And you will see that, the use of that phrase, when you see your formula for your 80-20 and your 90-10. Okay? You will also see it when we talk about Regulation 3, your either-or provisions and so on. So then, highest acceptable, now we can go to highest acceptable tender. Highest acceptable tender is a phrase that was never used before. And this is a phrase that now comes into play when we are dealing with our disposal and letting of state assets and our tenders to generate income, for income generating contracts. Okay? So that one again, it means a tender that complies with all specifications and conditions of tender and that has the highest price compared to other tenders. So again, if I'm leasing a property that I have, or space, let's say, office space, the tenderer, there's a number of tenders that respond. But of those, let's say, again, 20, 5 are left that have complied with all my specifications and conditions of tender. Of the 5, I then look and say, okay, who is offering me the highest price? And that tender that has the highest price is the tender that is known as is your highest acceptable tender. And that is the one that will be used then even in our formula to then benchmark against and determine the points for the other people's prices. Okay. And then if we look at price, you remember it was defined previously, but now we've modified it somewhat just to mean, because before we would say what it includes or doesn't include, but we don't say what it is. So now we've just modified it slightly to say price means an amount of money tendered for goods or services and includes all applicable taxes less all unconditional discounts. Okay, so it's the same, the latter part was there in 2017, but the former part is just saying it's the price that we are looking at for what tenders, what the tenderers have tendered, okay, for goods or services. And then specific goals has now been included as well, just to highlight the fact that now you'll see that throughout the body of the regulations, we talk about specific goals when we are going to allocate points for our preference. So our 10 or 20 points will be allocated on the basis of specific goals. And what are specific goals? They mean, as contemplated in Section 2.1d of the Act, which may include contracting with persons or categories of persons historically disadvantaged by unfair discrimination on the basis of race, gender, and disability, including the implementation of programs of the Reconstruction and Development Program as published in Government Gazette, and that was in November 1994. Okay, so that is just then putting that up front and center to sort of say, remember now, specific goals, not broad-based black economic empowerment status when you are awarding points for preference. Regulation, then also the definitions continued. We have also now defined the word tender. It has been used, it has been explained in previous versions of the implementation guide, but now it was the opportunity to actually place it in the definitions, in the regulations. And you'll see that what tender means is a written offer in the form determined by an organ of state in response to an invitation to provide goods or services through price quotations, competitive tendering process, or any other method envisaged in legislation. So remember what this is saying again. So when we talk about invitation to tender, we are saying that it doesn't only apply, we don't only use our 80-20 from the time when we advertise on the open market. So in the PFMA's, pardon me, the PFMA side, the threshold values were moved to 1 million, right, for your competitive tendering processes, for your advertising on the open market. But and then of course in the MFMA side, they're still working on that, but the thresholds were 200,000. So it doesn't mean that when you are inviting quotations below 200,000 in local government or below 1 million in your provincial departments and public entities, that you don't apply your 80-20. Your 80-20 applies even when you are requesting quotations. And so the term tender is used in the triple PFA. And that is the term that means a written offer in the form determined by an organ of state in response to an invitation to provide goods or services, whether it's through price quotations or a competitive tendering process or any other method envisaged in legislation. So you will evaluate on your 80-20 or your 90-10. Okay, 80-20 obviously in your quotation space, because that will definitely be below 50 million. Tender for income generating contracts, so this is a new term. The first part is the same because it's still tender, but it's now when you're looking at your leasing and your disposals and your other forms of income generating contracts. So that means a written offer in the form determined by an organ of state in response to an invitation for the origination of income generating contracts through any method envisaged in legislation that will result in a legal agreement between the organ of state and a third party that produces revenue for the organ of state and includes, but is not limited to, leasing and disposal of assets and concession contracts, excluding direct sales and disposal of assets through public auctions. So again, the interesting part here is that we see it results in a legal agreement. And remember, the Constitution says when an organ of state in the national, provincial, or local sphere of government contracts for goods or services. So what is a contract? A contract is a legal agreement. Okay, so whether you are contracting to acquire goods or services or you are contracting to dispose or lease your assets, that is a contract, and these regulations will then apply. And also an important part in this definition is that it produces revenue for the organ of state. So it's bringing in money, right? It's not the state paying. And then the other thing that's important is that it excludes direct sales and your disposal of assets through public auction. So for example, when you have your passenger rail agency, your PRASA sells, say, train tickets. So if somebody comes, I want to buy a ticket, they sell it to me, they're not going to ask me to fill out my SPD 6.1. Okay? It's a direct sale. You just sell. Somebody comes, you sell. It's not feasible to utilize these regulations in that way. The same way with public auctions. Okay, you just somebody offers you, and it's a quick process that's happening. You know, I'm starting with 1,000 rand. Can I hear 2,000, etc. Hands go up, and you go on from there. So you don't every time. You don't stop now, and it's not feasible to use it in those contexts. Okay. And then your identification of preference point system, that's Regulation 3. We don't talk about Regulation 2, pardon me, because there were no changes that happened there. That is just the regulation that talks to application. It's just the same institutions to whom the regulations applied in 2017 are the same institutions to whom they apply now in 2022. Regulation 3 is that provision that talks about identification of the preference point system. So here it again says, so unlike in 2017 and 2011, where points, your 10 and 20 were given for BBBEE status level of contributor, now those points are awarded for specific goals. And it also says that it provides for allocating preference points and making provision for preference points even in your income generating contracts, your tenders for income generating contracts. So remember, that's a new provision now. So what it says is, it reads as follows: an organ of state must, in the tender documents, stipulate the applicable preference point system as envisaged in regulations 4, 5, 6, and 7. So that's 4 and 5 deals with the acquisition. 6 and 7 talks to our tenders for income generating contracts. And then it also says, and this is important, colleagues, make a note of this for when you when you deal with your policies and you issue your invitations to tender. It then says that the specific goal in the invitation to submit the tender for which a point may be awarded. So the tender document must stipulate the specific goal for which a point may be awarded. So when I'm issuing a invitation to tender for catering services, I might then say that I'm going to allocate points for the specific goal of persons or categories of persons who are historically disadvantaged by unfair discrimination on the basis of gender and persons living with disabilities, for example. I might just take those two goals, because I might say that in the catering environment, or I might leave out women, because I might say that women are saturated. Maybe I'm just going to go on historically disadvantaged persons on the basis of race and persons living with disabilities. And I might then allocate 10 points for the one and 10 points for the other. Because what it says is, in your tender document, you must specify the specific goal. You must also say the number of points that will be awarded for each goal. So if I'm using gender or race and disability, I can then say 15 for race, 5 for disability, or 15 for disability, 5 for race. However you want to apportion those points. That is up to the organ of state to determine, okay? And then the other thing that you need to state, so you need to say what the specific goal is, you need to state the points that will be awarded for that goal, and lastly, you also need to say what proof do you need? What proof must that tenderer submit in order to claim those points? So if it's based on, say, persons living with disabilities, you might then also state in your tender document that they need to provide you with a medical certificate or some form of documentation from a medical practitioner. Okay? But those, whatever proof you require, those will be, whatever specific goals you put, the proof must be relevant to that goal, and that is then determined by the organ of state. Uh-oh, your battery is running low. And then Regulation 3 goes on to say, if it's unclear, now this is the either-or provision. This is a provision, colleagues, that has been in the 2017 regulations and is a little bit, I think, underutilized. Okay? And the reason I say this is because we would often get emails from colleagues and say, where they would say, you know, we advertised a tender using the 90-10 preference point system, because when we looked at historical data, we saw that generally tenders always come above 50 million. But when now we've advertised on 90-10, and when we look back, when we received our tenders and the bid closed and we evaluated, we realized that all the acceptable tenders are actually below 50 million. What do we do now? And then we think to ourselves, but why didn't you use the either or provision? Now I know that you think, but historically it always came in at 51 million. But we're saying generally, if something is relatively borderline and you know that the market fluctuates, etc., and you have budget for it, if something could come in between 40 and 60 million, for example, why not use the either or? Because if that changes, you're now stuck, because remember, the principle of transparency requires that that bidders need to know on what basis they will be evaluated. So you can't advertise 90-10. Now you see they all come in at below 50 million. In the middle of your evaluation, you change to 80-20. That wouldn't be fair. Or vice versa, right? So we're saying that with this provision, it says, if it is unclear whether the 80-20, thanks. Sorry. Apologies, colleagues. Thank you for your patience. Thank you, colleagues. So I was saying that what the regulation says is, if it is unclear whether the 80-20, sorry, it seems like the screen is not sharing. Let me just, sorry, oh, it is now, okay, sorry. There we go. If it's unclear whether the 80-20 or 90-10 preference point system applies, then an organ of state must stipulate in the tender documents, and I'm going to start with the second one, that either the 80-20 or the 90-10 preference point system will apply, and the lowest acceptable tender will be used to determine the applicable preference point system. Okay, so to refresh our memories, so we've advertised on 80-20, or we've advertised on the either or, because we've said we don't know. So in the tender documents, in our SPD 6.1, which by the way is being modified to accommodate the regulations, if in that document we won't say 80-20 or we won't say 90-10, we'll say either or, right? We'll say 80-20 and we'll use both. And then we will say that when we get the tenders in now, so we get 20 in, of the 20, 11 make it to the 11 are acceptable tenders. So now that's at that point where we evaluate on price and preference. We will look at all 11, And of the 11, we will see what is the price. I'm sorry, I think somebody's mic online is unmuted. Can you please mute that? Thank you. We will then look and see that which is the lowest of those 11, of the prices that they are offering us for this, whatever services or goods that we are requiring. We will see which one of those 11 has the lowest price. And if that lowest price is 51 million, then it tells us that it's over 50 million, which then means we use the 90-10. If the lowest of those 11 tenders that are acceptable tenders is 48 million, 48 million falls below 50 million, it then tells us we use the 80-20, correct. And so that's how we do it. And then it also provides in A, it says, in the case of an invitation for tender for income generating contracts, then the tender documents must stipulate that either the 80-20 or 90-10 preference point system will apply, and the highest acceptable tender will be used to determine the applicable preference point system. So we are issuing a tender for the leasing and disposal, let's say, or leasing of assets. We've got office space. So we've got 11 of the 20 again have made it to the point of being acceptable tenders. They are now ready to be evaluated for price and preference. We look at the prices that those 11 have offered us, and because we are leasing, we want the most that we can get, right? The highest. So we will look at all 11 and we'll say, okay, which of these 11, who's given us, which tender is the highest price? And we will take that price and we see, oh, that amounts to 51 million. So then we will evaluate on your 90-10. Or the highest price is 49 million. That's below 50 million. It means we will evaluate on the 80-20. So that's how it works. Okay? So it's a simple one to use. It can save you a lot of cancellation of tenders, unnecessarily, when you can just use that provision. And also, another benefit actually of using that, especially when you have these borderline cases, is that sometimes bidders know, or tenderers know, that they can actually offer us these services or goods at a lower price. But because you've advertised at 90-10, they then think, okay, well, 90-10 is above 50 million. So even though I could give this to government for 45 million, because they advertise on 90-10, I'm simply going to bump up my price to 52 million. Okay? So when there's at least that either or, they're not too sure either. and sometimes it's then an incentive for them to actually offer it to you at the right price. Okay. And then Regulation 4, this is another one, colleagues, where we must listen carefully, and I hope there's no technological challenge now. It's one that talks to your 80-20 preference point system for your acquisition of goods or services with a rand value equal to or below 50 million. Without reading on the board, can you spot the difference? Can you spot what has changed in this regulation? There we go. Thank you. I would have offered you something sweet or something, sir, but there's nothing. But I think we need to give that gentleman a hand clap. That's right. Yes. Thank you. There's no minimum threshold value. Okay. Remember before it said your 80-20 would apply from your 30,000 up to your 50 million. Okay. Now you'll see that it just says for rand value equal to or below 50 million. Why? You must be thinking, why? Okay. If you look at the Act, what was one of the principles I said? That the regulations can't go beyond, right? They can't go outside of what the Act requires.
It's unmuted. They said you've unmuted. You muted yourself.
Oh. I'm sorry, colleagues. I don't know when I unmuted, or I muted, but it seems I've muted again, sorry. Okay, so I was saying, I'm not sure how far, there's a colleague that seems to be talking that's unmuted. I'm not sure if it's on my side, but anyway. Okay, so I was saying that with 80-20, 90-10, the minimum threshold value has been removed, and the reason again is that the regulations can't go outside of what the Act says. And when you read the Act, in section 2, 1B, Roman numeral 2. It talks about a threshold value must be prescribed for your 80-20 preference point system for contracts with a rand value below a certain amount. So it doesn't say equal to and above a certain amount, equal to below a certain amount. So it doesn't give you a minimum and a maximum threshold. It just talks to below a certain amount. So it just gives you your maximum threshold value. And so the text in Regulation 4 was thus aligned so that it accords with the wording in the Triple PFA. So then we must read this, and then let's see how it reads. It says, the following formula must be used to calculate the points out of 80 for price in respect of an invitation for a tender with the rand value equal to or below 50 million, inclusive of all applicable taxes. And again, we'll see the word, it says, in respect of an invitation for a tender. So in other words, if we are requesting, and remember we said tender includes price quotations. So when we are inviting price quotations, when we are advertising a tender above a million or whatever, or 200,000, when we are advertising that openly in the market, we will then be inviting a tender, right? When we're inviting quotations, we're inviting a tender. But if I'm buying from petty cash, if I take money from petty cash and I go to Pick and Pay and I buy a bottle of dishwashing liquid, or I buy an extension cord, I'm using petty cash. I'm not inviting quotations, right? I'm not advertising on the open market. So I'm not going to go with my SBD 6.1 and go to Pick and Pay and ask the person to please fill out the document, right? No, it's not going to work. So this is only used in respect of an invitation. So even though it's below, we don't have a minimum of 30,000, it can still be applied. Remember, previously, even when we used the minimum, and we realized that it was really just put there more for practical reasons, but some institutions also chose to use this even below 30,000. A lot of institutions, or some institutions, used your 80-20 preference point system even when they were inviting quotations of 5,000 rand, because they saw it as an opportunity to make use of our empowerment provisions. Okay, so this is again another opportunity, but again, like I said, excluding then when we are purchasing from petty cash. And then the other thing again is that reference is made in the final regulations, the ones that have been gazetted, to BEE status, is not made to BEE status level of contributor, but rather to specific goals, again for the points, the reasons I mentioned previously. So you will find that we'll probably be repeating this throughout the course of the session, and repetition is good for learning. No more BEE, triple B, double E status level of contributor for claiming points, but specific goals. And then regulation, Sanele, the arrow keys are not moving now. So I want to go to regulation 5. Okay, click again. There we go. Okay. Sorry, colleagues. Obviously, I think by the time we finish KZN, you guys are going to really have good policies, because you've been through such turmoil. You've had to endure a lot of hardship in this presentation. So I think you will be refined as gold when you finish. So Regulation 5 is the 90-10 preference point system. Again, this you've seen before. It's for values above 50 million. And it's similar again to Regulation 4 in the sense that you must apply your preference point system, you must apply your formula, except that the specific goals, the 10 points are for specific goals and not your BEE status level of contributor. And then 90 points for price. Regulations 6 and 7, these are now the provisions I was telling you about. These are the new provisions that weren't there in the 2017 regulations and 2011. These speak to your 80-20 and your 90-10 for tenders to generate income or to dispose of or lease state assets. Again, there, you'll see that it's the formula in reverse. So normally, remember you would have 80, open brackets, 1 plus, 1 minus. When you're doing your formula for acquisitions, it will be 1 minus PT minus P min. But now you'll see it's 1 plus PT minus P max. So P max equals your price of your highest acceptable tender. So you'll see then, whereas in the previous one it was P min, and P min is your price of your lowest acceptable tender. So this is where then that definition also comes into play, right? Even in the previous one where we used either or, we saw the concept of highest acceptable tender. So it's just the same formula, you'll see the same kind of elements, just that it is now in reverse, okay? And it then gives you a prorated way of calculating points out of price for your income, your tenders to income, for income generating contracts and your disposal and leasing. So it's really quite, it shouldn't be too difficult for us to adjust because we're used to that formula, just that we would do it in reverse. And then Regulation 8, we're almost at the end, colleagues, and then it'll be your turn to speak and ask questions. Regulation 8 is the regulation that talks to our criteria for breaking deadlock in scoring. And this one, the version that went out for public comment is still the version that's been retained in the final draft. What this just says is that, so we know that the Act says the tender must be awarded to the tender that scored the total highest number of points, right? That's the principle. That's the default position. But then, what happens if 2 or more tenders score the same total highest number of points? So then we need to have a way of awarding to the one, if we're just going to award a single tender, we need to award to the one that scores the highest points. So then we look at the preference points. We say, okay, what did they score when we allocated points for specific goals? Which of the two have scored the highest for the specific goals? Right? So one tender had scored 18. Let's say if we had 3 specific goals and they scored 3 out of 5 for one, or 0 for one, and 5 and 5, and whatever. So eventually they got to 18 points. And the other one scored all 20 points, got 20 out of 20. Then the tender would be awarded to that tenderer that scored 20 points, right? Because they've got the most for preference. So preference would be used to break that deadlock. But what happens if they both have 20 out of 20? It's at that point that you go to your drawing of lots. Now remember, the drawing of lots is just a form of saying it's a random selection. So you might write names on a piece of paper, put them in a hat, and close your eyes and pick a name, okay? Random. There's no subjectivity that comes into it. Or some people might have sophisticated computer programs and they have an algorithm that does some kind of random selection, like with your lotto and so on. The numbers come up. So in that case, random selection, nothing to do with me. But now I know some of you are thinking, sure, but isn't that so arbitrary? You know, it almost feels wrong. But actually, if you think about it, it's the most unsubjective way, if I can put it that way. Because let me tell you why. What happens is the reason we sometimes feel a level of discomfort with doing this is because we don't necessarily always develop our criteria correctly. And let me say why I'm saying this. So we have seen instances where institutions will have in their policy the functionality threshold being 60%. Okay? So they will say, whether it's for catering services or for the developing of infrastructure or nuclear-related tenders, whatever it is, 60% is the threshold. Now, obviously, that they're not then looking at the specific requirements of the tender and modifying their threshold accordingly. So let's say I'm issuing a tender for the delivery of packages from Mhlanga to Cato Manor, right? Or Cato Ridge for that matter. So I then indicate I want these packages, today is Monday, I want them picked up and delivered by Friday. So somebody then, and that's all I say, I don't say too much in my requirements. Somebody comes and they say, you know, I've got a very nice bicycle that has a basket that's quite big, and it can actually store 10 of these packages because you've told us the measurements of the package. So my bicycle with my basket will be able to deliver, and I'm quite a good cyclist and whatever, so I can cycle from Mhlanga to Cato Ridge, right? And so obviously, and that the most that I spent for my bicycle was 3,000 Rand. So when I give you a price, I will be able to give you quite a nice low price because I can still make a nice neat profit for myself because I don't have to charge you that much because I'm not spending that much. But somebody else comes and they've got a lovely 4x4 bakkie, it's got a canopy, it's got reinforced shock absorbers and whatever, and it can deal with rough terrain. And so their price for the bakkie is a little bit more expensive, right? Because it's bigger, it's got more features type of thing. So the bakkie and the bicycle meet your functionality criteria because you set it very low, right? And you didn't develop the specifications properly. So now when we get to, so both bakkie and bicycle are acceptable tenders. Now we get to price and preference. The price for the bicycle is obviously extremely low, and the one for the bakkie is much higher. So when we do our comparisons, even if the bicycle tender scores 0 for specific goals, chances are they will still get that tender based on price, right? And let's say for some or other reason, the bakkie and the price and the bicycle. Okay, so that's the one example. Now let's say I've got 2 bakkies, right? So when the bakkie, the one is a Hilux bakkie and the other one is a Nissan, with Nissan Hilux and a Toyota Ranger, whatever. Both of them now offer me a very similar solution, and they both meet my threshold for functionality. But when it comes to price and preference, they both score, the total number of points, they both score the same. But then I can look at their preference points to determine the difference. But now I look at their preference points, they both have 20 for preference. So what do? I can then do a random selection because I've set my quality requirements in such a way that whoever made it can actually meet those requirements. So even if I do a random selection, I don't have a personal interest in it because in any case, both of them can do the job. So now I don't need to come with other criteria and say, no, but I think the yellow one looks prettier. So I come with other now deadlock breaking mechanisms and I start saying, no, I want a yellow bakkie, So that now starts bringing in subjective elements. But when we set our criteria correctly, and our functionality threshold correctly, by the time I get to price and preference, it doesn't matter to me who wins that deadlock, who gets the tender, because I know that both of them can do the job. So you see, and this was our rationale when we looked at this and we got the various comments from the public and from organs of state. And this is why we're saying the triple PFA is about preference. So the one thing that should be used to break deadlock is preference. If that doesn't work, that's when you go to random selection because you take out the subjectivity. Okay. Thanks. And then Regulation 9 is the one that deals with remedies. You'll see the version that went out for public comment had a few more provisions in there, talking, for example, to issues of restriction of the tenderers and so on. But subsequent to the comments and re-looking at the legislation, and again, the principle that the regulations don't go beyond what the Act says, we then had to modify that provision so that we can ensure that it remains within the scope of Section 21G of the PPPFA. So provisions that were deemed to go beyond the scope of what is provided for in the PPPFA, those have been removed. So now, again, it's not that if you look at 21G, it does talk about cancellation of tenders, and it talks about or any other remedy that the organ of state may have. So the organ of state does have other remedies, but those remedies are not necessarily PPPFA constructs. So it's not for the minister to go and then tell the organ of state to determine for the organ of state in these regulations what they should do. However, because restrictions are also form part of your broader SCM process, part of what we want to do as well is then, when we're looking at enhancing compliance and so on, is to look at how organs of state can view restrictions and deal with that. But it's not something that falls within the ambit of the PPPFA. So the regulations then could not go beyond that. And then the last two provisions, Regulation 10 speaks to the repeal of the 2017 regulations. So what this just says is that the 2017 regulations will be repealed in their entirety. So that includes any designations, circulars, or instructions that were saved under the 2017 regulations. So remember in 2011, when local production and content was first introduced, designations were issued in the system by virtue of instructions. When the 2017 regulations repealed the 2011 regulations, those designation instructions were saved under remember there was a heading, repeal and savings. Those designations were saved, so when you implemented them as though they were falling under the 2017 regulations. Okay, but now when the 2022 regulations come into effect, all those designation circulars that were issued under 2017 and the designation instructions that were saved under the provisions in the 2017 regulations will now all be repealed. So you won't see them in the system anymore. And then any tender that was advertised before the 16th of January, because the 16th of January is the date on which these regulations will come into effect. So regulations that were advertised before the 16th of January can continue to be dealt with in terms of, and I would imagine that they are advertised in terms of the 2017 regs, you can continue to evaluate them in terms of those regulations. But come 16th of January, if you missed advertising before that, from 16th of January, those tenders will need to be advertised, or quotations will need to be requested in terms of the 2022 regulations. And then the short title and commencement, it says, is the Preferential Procurement Regulations 2022, and it also tells us that they take effect on the 16th of January 2023. And then in terms of just the way forward and some implementation support, what we've been doing, we've been going around from province to province, sharing with organs of state what these regulations entail. But over and above that, and over and above the online sessions that we've had with national departments and other state-owned entities and so on, we are looking as the OCPO to provide support where necessary that goes beyond just those sessions. And as I said in the beginning, that looks to developing an implementation guide, but it will probably be quite different from a guide that you've seen before, in the sense that remember now, organs of state will be developing their own policies. And we cannot, as National Treasury And I would imagine that based on the Constitutional Court, even the Provincial Treasury has to be very careful in terms of the support that they give. Because the Act said, the court also said, the Act says, in fact, long ago, like I said, it was introduced in 2000, and the Act says an organ of state must determine that policy. National Treasury should never have even been stepping into that domain and saying too much in terms of what that policy must look like. But obviously it was out of it was noble intentions, but the court made that clear and said that even if the minister feels that an organ of state is not applying or doing what they're supposed to do in terms of legislation, it's not the minister's place to aggregate to himself that responsibility. The court actually went on to say that the minister should lobby his political counterparts or find other legally cognizable means to do what he feels needs to be done. And that includes even maybe repealing legislation and drafting it differently. So even if we try to come in and give, because people would say, can't you give a model policy and we can just look? No, that would amount to determining policy on the institution's behalf. And again, I think we shouldn't sort of see it as a way of how can we get around this court case and what can we do. We should see it as an opportunity to take back that power that was given to us long ago in 2000 and now be able to develop our policies in accordance with the strategy that we have as an institution. So it's a good thing, colleagues. It's not a negative thing. And I'm glad I'm seeing smiles and not tears. Okay, so it's a good thing. But what we want to do in that implementation guide, and this is why the questions will become quite critical, this question and answer session, is that we can then pick up what are the things that are troubling institutions, and maybe then we can provide that clarity in the implementation guide, but also then to develop frequently asked questions and answers. We also have a unit within the Office of the Chief Procurement Officer, the OCPO, that is the Stakeholder and Client Management Unit. What they've also undertaken to do is to have sessions, forums, if institutions have an appetite, where you can then take your policies and discuss it there and sort of have a peer review, peer learning kind of process where you say, you know, as eThekwini or Mhlatuzi municipality, whatever, we decided we're going to put these provisions in, and these are what we found in the RDP. And someone else can say, but we like that, but the way we did it, because we were worried if we put it the way you've put it, we might be seen as not actually taking from the RDP document strictly, etc. And then there's that learning that can happen. But what we also encourage institutions to do is that together with your legal services and your internal audit and whatever other stakeholders you have, soundboard these policies, but you also don't have to tackle everything at once. You know, you can do it bite-sized chunks. You know, have a policy in place by the time the 16th of January is here. But because you already have strategies in place, right? You already know what your organizational objectives are. So don't think of it as this mammoth task that you must do right or do completely and comprehensively all at once. You know, have something in place that's workable for when the regulations are implemented, and then you can review. In any case, with any document and with any process, we need to continuously review that and see that we're in line. But that's where let me leave my story there. Thank you so much for being attentive and patient despite all the technical glitches. But I think that's the beauty of human beings, our resilience and our ability to go on despite the challenges. So thank you very much. You've been a wonderful audience. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Leander. I think we are getting to the favorite part. It's the favorite part, right? So I think what we'll do, we'll take 5 hands on our physical at the venue, and we'll take another 5. Okay, we'll answer that 5, and then we'll take another 5 hands on the visual platform. So let's start with the colleagues here at the venue. Yeah, CFO, noted, another one. Second one, the third one. Sibuze colleagues, awukumbuzo wrong, ne? There's no question that is wrong. It's all new. It's all new to us. So that's a 4th one and the 5th one. Okay, maybe let's take from that order. Can I...
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. My question is just one. It's around the issue of leases. From the perspective of trading entities, we're just very worried about this, especially. So our question is around 2 things on these income generating assets from a lease perspective. So one, from a current practice, entities, you set your own tariffs for the different shops based on the location, and you benchmark with other malls. So now, does this mean you will not have a basic price, you will have a market determining the minimum price for your mall? So is there not a risk of the shops colluding to reduce your price per square meter now? So where you could have a shop that is, you've got a specific price, but you advertise it out, and then these guys, they then collude to then put down your price. So how are we supposed to deal with this issue from a price perspective? And then the second issue is around the issue of tenant mix, because specifically if you are a mall, you're competing with nearby malls. So are we not seeing the risk as well that how do we balance the issue of balancing your portfolio of tenants that you want to have in a mall? Because specifically, if you're looking, for example, if you want specific franchises, you will find that obviously that doesn't seem to fit within your specific goals, because it doesn't meet, for example, your previous disadvantage. I could say I want Nando's, because you cannot have a mall, you're competing with the malls nearby, they've got big franchises in there, and next thing you have Lucida's Chicken, you've got Butcher's Chicken, and they have Nando's and all of that, KFC and all of that, and you want people to come there. From an attraction perspective, I foresee this being very problematic. So it's those questions: is the price, is it going to be determined by the market? And are we now going to kill off our tariffs? And how do we balance the portfolio in the mall from a perspective of trading entities? Thank you.
Colleagues, apologies. Please, when my colleague is done, raise your hand again. My colleague just joined me to assist with the mic, so she was not here when we were noting you. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning to everybody. My name is Silvera. I wanted to check in terms of the deadlock breaker. Is it possible to further break the specific goals? For example, if we have a deadlock in terms of preference, can we, for example, we have said in our specific goals, you are targeting MKBA, and so on and so forth. And then say, if we've got deadlock, the preference will be given to MKBA. Could that be possible, or would that be within the Constitution? And secondly, because on the deadlock issue, I did hear Mrs. Mighty, it's not subjective. However, it's not defined how we can do it. And as far as I'm concerned, it's easily challengeable, because the way you do it, one would say you have designed it in a way that allows certain companies who have done it before, and you have challenges that comes with it. As far as I'm concerned, I would want to run away as possible as I can from the drawing of laws. Secondly, is it possible to send a list of those circulars and instructions that are linked with the Article 8, just for ease of reference and to make it easier for us as the institution to advise on this?
Thank you. Quick one. There is a car, Polo Grey in color, NTE 11978. I think it open and it's actually being messed up by the rain. So please go and close your car. The next hand.
Thank you. My question is based on Section 2(1)(f) of the Preferential Procurement Act, Framework Act. I don't know where I am sitting. I see it as a door that we can use to get what I call post-qualification criteria. It talks of objective criteria. It talks about us not being forced to give to the highest point bidder based on our objective criteria. I think my question is, can my objective criteria be level 1B, localization, etc., which would be things that I did not put under the specific goals. But I'm saying, yes, you are a 41% old, women-owned, but if you are not from local, I am not going to award to. Can I use that? Have we looked at Section 2(1)(f)? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Just a couple of questions. In terms of the acts versus the regulations, is there anything at this point that would prevent the organs of state from adopting the 27 regulations as they are, as the policy of the organs of state? And I'm asking that question from the perspective that it is quite clear that the Constitutional Court did not find anything unconstitutional with regards to the 27 regulations as they stand. It only decided against the minister on a narrow basis, where it was comparing the power that was exercised by the minister against the act, but did not suggest that there was anything unconstitutional or wrong with those particular policies. Then in that context, what would prevent the organs of state from a perspective of ensuring uniformity, that we simply adopt the 27 regulations as they are, as the organs of state? That's number one. Number two, I was just wondering, the people who provide legal guidance to the minister shouldn't have been a simpler recourse, instead of worrying about amending the regulations, that we simply amend the act. Because the problem here was not, is it a laptop? Should I close it? so is still a problem? Okay. Yes. So that was the second one. So just to then on the issue of deadlocks, the drawing of lots, yes, is one. Just as a question, would it have been an idea to say where you have people who have achieved the same score in every way, that's an opportunity to negotiate the price down? Because you've got these people at where you want them. Both of them, they're going to invite those last two or so bidders, and you say, well, you both have achieved the same in every way, and you give an opportunity to bid to the other, and you have a chance at that point to ensure that the government is saving some money, so that then whoever wins at the lower. Then my last question, with regards to the exclusion of public auctions, I'm a bit concerned about that. I can understand the issue of the direct sales, but when it comes to public auctions, I'm thinking of a situation where the state is disposing of its fleet, old fleet. We know what is likely to happen is that the rich corporations, your retail industries, are most likely going to be able to purchase those motor vehicles at a very discounted price because it's an auction. They buy a car for 80,000 rand from the state, and they'll sell it back to us at 250,000 rand. And so if you do not incorporate issues of preference at the public auction stage, you're losing an opportunity to empower those who would otherwise have difficulty in being able to purchase motor vehicles. Therefore, you restrict public auctions to include preferential price. Thank you.
There's the last one.
Thank you, Chair. It's Dr. Kumar from Moshaji Municipality. Since now the understanding of the Act has been presented to us, I just want to check because we had a policy around 2016 that was said to be conflicting with set-asides. Is this now not sort of a set-aside if I'm going to be determining my specific goals, for example, like this tender, you will get an extra point if it's a company that is owned by a person that is disabled. So I just want us to address those things because in the past we were not allowed to set aside. So what are we doing now? Are we allowed to set aside if then I'm going to create my specific goals and saying that I want to promote youth, I want to promote people that are disabled, companies that are owned by people that are disabled. So I just want the clarity so that we don't find ourselves in conflict with the law at the end of the day. Thanks.
Right. Please, can you switch off that mic? Yeah. I think we can respond and allow the colleagues to respond to the questions. Maybe we can relay the same mic to the colleagues on this table so that they can start responding to the questions. The next questions that we'll be taking from the visual platform, they've already started depositing questions on the chat box. You are free to raise your hands, colleagues, on the platform while we start responding so that we can note you. Thank you.
Good afternoon, colleagues. I think it's afternoon. Yes. Some of the colleagues did not give their names, so when I respond, don't be offended maybe if I refer to a question other than to your name. Maybe let me start by saying that we will still appreciate those written questions. If you have, please try and make sure that it gets to this table. On the issue of on the question that came from trading entities, I will respond to the first part of the question, and my colleague will address the second question because I didn't get the first question correctly, the second question correctly. So if you apply the preference point system to income generating contracts, you are still applying procurement rules. So section 217 1 of the Constitution is still applicable. So which means that you must apply a system that is fair, equitable, competitive, and cost effective. So those principles are still applicable, but you can still set up, you can reserve a price and say the bidding will start from a certain price, because those are the things that are within the powers of the accounting officer or the organ of state. So the regulations do not force organs of state to take any price. Leander also said earlier on that we are considering issuing an instruction on negotiating. It doesn't mean that you cannot negotiate. So those things will be available to an organ of state. One, to set up a reserve price when you do your bidding, but secondly, that you can negotiate a fair market price that you deem is appropriate for the assets that you are disposing of. And then there was a question from Sigalela on the deadlock breaking mechanisms. The important thing is that you need to use the specific goals that were in the tender in order to break the deadlock. But remember that we are using the number of points that are allocated. We are not going into the specifics and saying, no, because this one scores the highest points on being a woman, then let's take the women. If we look at the total points that are scored for specific goals, and we use that as a deadlock to determine which one has got the highest points or the lowest points. So that is the rule. We're not going into saying, because this one is MKMBA, is scored low on historically disadvantaged persons, but scored high on being a woman, and we will take this because it's a woman and so on. Because that might be seen also as being unfair. On the list of circulars, they are available on the National Treasury website. Please download before they are taken out or before they are repealed. So there is no need for us to send those circulars to you. They are available on the list. But when we repeal the circulars, we're not going to take them out of the system altogether at once. We will maybe put them first on the list of the repealed circulars, maybe until a certain time when a decision maybe will be made to dispose of them completely. On the issue of around, I think it was question 3, I didn't get the name of the body. Section 2.1F. Like I said, that when we read the regulations, we must read them as part of the Act. it is also important that we do not say much about, in these regulations, about Section 2.1F. In the previous versions of the regulations, because we were using the BE scorecard, which limited the specific goals that organs of state can use. But when you read the Act, it didn't talk to BE scorecard. So what we said then in the regulations was that if you're going to use objective criteria or Section 2.1F in deciding who you award the tender to, that you must state that up front. But now the regulations have been revised. You've got the power to determine which specific goals will be used in each tender, or which goals you want to promote in a specific tender. So we don't understand why you will have the specific goals. And if you look at Section 2.1E, it says that it says, if I may read, it says any specific goal for which a point may be awarded must be clearly specified in the invitation to submit a tender. So it's important that you specify the goals. Then what will be the use? Then the question is, what will be the use of using Section 2.1F? But when it's there, it's part of the Act. So we must be careful that we do not use Section 2.1F, that it becomes unobjective. That it is no longer an objective criteria, but it is the criteria that now we use to overlook successful tenderers. There is a formula that is provided that you use. So if ever then we're going to now deliberately overlook the formula that is used, and instead of awarding to the tenderer who scores the highest points, and then we come up with some criteria that is used after the tender has been advertised and closed, evaluated, and then we come up with that criteria. We still need to take into consideration that we still need to be guided also by Section 217 of the Constitution, that we must be fair, equitable, competitive, and so on. So that will be my advice, but I know that organs of state, since the minister didn't prescribe that in the regulations, it means that it is left to organs of state to determine in their policies. But be careful that you are not taking it into task because the bidders will feel that it is no longer fair to use such a criteria that the tender may be awarded unfairly, or that you have come up with a certain criteria after the closing of the tender. Okay, maybe on the issue of the 2017 regulations, I think it was there was a colleague who asked about the 2017, if there is anything that prevents an organ of state from adopting the 2017 regulations. In principle, we can say no, but there is quite a lot of technicalities that you will have to consider when you try to adopt the 2017 regulations. The first one is that the 2022 regulations no longer refer to the BE status level of contributor to allocate points. So if you look at the way pre-qualification criteria was framed in the 2017 regulations, it was aligned to the BE scorecard or the BE Act. So if you look at that alone, once you take that out, then the pre-qualification criteria that was in the 2017 regulations in terms of Regulation 4 and 9, then the technicalities that you can no longer apply those things because they are now no longer part of the 2022 regulations. Secondly, if you look at maybe local content and so on, but if you look also at the way the PPR 22 are structured, they are neither the 2001 version nor the 2017 regulations. So they stand on their own. So in terms of the technicalities, because now you will be going to use the specific goals, so you'll find that there's quite a lot of technical differences that will maybe challenge your supply chain policy if ever you adopt the 2017 regulations, maybe in the format that they were, unless maybe you seem to adopt them in a different format, but there's quite a lot of technicalities. I think the other question then that was asked was about the people who advised the minister, and that whether it would have been easy to just change the act and instead maybe of coming with the new regulations. Well, the minister has got advisors which are appointed to advise the minister. And then you've got the Office of the Chief Procurement Officer. We help the minister in terms of administering the Preferential Procurement Policy Framework Act. But the question of whether you should repeal the PPFA or not, it was one of the questions that was considered. We thought about it, but it was going to take. I hope you know that we also have the public procurement bill that has been recently discussed at NEDLEC. But the view that was adopted was that to review the PPFA now will take longer than promulgating the regulations, because we were working on a specific time period that was set by the Supreme Court of Appeal. So it would have taken us a longer period to review the PPFA than to put the regulations in place. So we discussed that at an administrative level. On the issue of deadlock breaking mechanism, also where the issue was raised about is it not where you should start negotiating? We believe not, because if you look at alignment with the Act says that you must award the tender to the tenderer who scores the highest points, unless you invoke Section 21F. But also, it must be easy to award without starting to negotiate at that point. That's our view, that you don't start negotiating at that point because they are still equal. So you just use easy mechanisms to say, let's break the deadlock, let's see who scores the highest on specific goals, you award to that, and or you apply the random selection. That's an easy step to avoid on our view. But the point where we say that you can start negotiating is when maybe the offer or their tender, their prices are much higher in terms of the market price and so on. And then we think that it's not affordable unless you negotiate. So those are our views around negotiating. We don't think that it will be too early in our view to start negotiating when you can still have something to break that deadlock. On the issue of public auctions, the question was somehow confusing. decides on the method of disposal. So if you decide, if you feel that in order to advance certain categories of people who are historically disadvantaged by unfair discrimination, then you should adopt a method that will make sure that it aligns with your objectives or your goals. So we can't, and I don't also understand the second view that you dispose the vehicles and then buy the same vehicles at a higher rate. It was, in those circumstances, confusing. But all that the regulations state is that you decide on the method of disposal which will align with the object or with your objectives as an organ of state. However, in the method that you have decided, if you decide to use public auctions, the view that you take is that it is not easy that a group of people, like we are in this hall, you can ask each and everyone whenever they bid, what is your specific goal and so on. It's not practical. So it will be unreasonable if we come with regulations that are not practical of being implemented. So if you come with a regulation, you come with a regulation that will be capable of being implemented. So in our view, it was not possible that you can apply a preference point system or include the goals when you expose through a public auction. The last one will be the question that was asked by Mr. Kumar. So I will hope that Mr. Kumar refers to Practice Note 2 of 2006. I don't know at a local government level if there was something that was issued similar to Practice Note 2 of 2006 on set-up asides and benchmark prices. I think maybe the views will not be the same. If you look at that practice note, it was saying you cannot set aside, which means that you prevent others from bidding. Let's say, for instance, what was happening was that maybe you will say, this tender is set aside for historically disadvantaged persons. So which means that people who are not historically disadvantaged cannot bid. So similarly, maybe you can say this bid is set aside for black women or for women. So which means that whoever is male may not bid. So that was how Practice Note 2 was structured, or the practice at that time, or the mischief that it was trying to deal with at that time was that there were those practices. We are not saying that set-asides, if you look at the regulations, we are not saying that the set-asides are now acceptable. However, the regulations say you can allocate points in terms of section 2.1d, Roman numeral 1 or Roman numeral 2. So you can say in a tender, let's make an example. The president announced a few years back that organs of state must allocate 40% of state procurement to women-owned enterprises. That's a policy of government. So which organs of state are required to implement. So in terms of the regulations, it might be easier now to implement that policy, because you can advertise certain tenders and say you are allocating maybe 20 or 10 points to women-owned enterprises. Bearing in mind that we are using a preference point system. So the preference point system doesn't disqualify other bidders from participating in the tender, but as long as you will allocate them points other than disqualifying them or excluding them upfront. So that's how the preference point system works. So if, say for instance, you read the RDP document and you find that you can use the RDP document somewhere it relates to youth and so on, all that you can do is that in terms of this tender, we are targeting youth, and we will allocate points, maybe 20 points, or whatever points that you decide to youth-owned enterprises. And then you will then request the proof or any documentation in order to satisfy yourself that, yes, these are youth-owned enterprises. Or you can also allocate points for people with disability. But that is not a disqualification criteria, that if the enterprise is not owned maybe by people with disability or people who are historically disadvantaged and so on, that then they will be disqualified on those bases. So everybody will be allowed to bid, but they will not get points, or maybe they will get 0 points if they don't fall under that specific goal. Thank you. I will hand over to my colleagues who will address some of the questions.
Thank you. Good afternoon, colleagues. Let me stand rather. My colleague has actually covered almost all. I'll just, except for I think one where he said just need to address the issue of the tenant mix that was actually raised by our colleague. This allows me to actually take just a step back, which is quite critical for us to really appreciate that the supply chain policy or the preferential policy, whatever policy that we have in our institution, in itself is not sufficient if it is not linked to the strategy of the organization, if it is not linked to the system that Section 217 of the Constitution says every organ of state must have. So what we have actually realized is that it was quite easy when things come from treasuries to actually just put them into practice without linking them into your very own strategy as an institution. And the system that is required by the Constitution is actually not the policy. So we need to actually make sure that we've got that system. And what we have actually realized is that there are very few, if at all, institutions that actually have a supply chain management system that is required. So this process is taking us back to where we were supposed to be many years ago. So we need to have a system in place, our strategies in place. This does not, especially when it comes to the issue that has been raised, it does not undermine the current regulations, treasury regulations, because when it comes to issues of letting and disposal, those are governed by the treasury regulations as well. So we need to read that as we're reading the regulations, treasury regulations, RDP documentation, everything. We need to actually read and make sure that when we design our policies, they are informed by everything that is available, because that has to inform our policy, and we can defend why we made specific decisions. It will not be, you are not going to use those regulations to actually defend yourself. You are going to use your policy to defend yourself. But your policy must have the line of sight to Section 217 of the Constitution. So it's actually taking us back to the drawing board. In that particular case, in the issue of tenant mix, that is informed by your strategy. And if it is informed by your strategy, your policy must actually give effect to your strategy. And when we use those regulations, when we are actually going to this, within our strategy, we will have identified areas where we want to empower. We actually then use that formula to actually give effect to that. So it's taking us to a space where we really need to think hard, and especially when it comes to our strategies. We won't get much answers from National Treasury, but our policies will have to actually help us respond to anything that should be challenged. As long as you've got your line of sight to the Constitution, you will be safe. And that actually, there's one question also that was raised from well, it was a written question, where actually the question is, how does the Triple BEE Act fit into the legislative framework within the PPR regs of 2022? If we can only use the sectoral part, how do we use it if it may not link with Triple BEE scorecard principle? The first thing is, as we said, line of sight to the Constitution, the Act regulations. Triple BE, as my colleague has indicated when presenting, we will not have line of sight because it doesn't take us to, when you look at Triple BE, we will not find it in the regs, we won't find it in the Act, we will not find it in the Constitution. So if it cannot take you there, if you use it, it will not be based on these regulations. It will purely be based on your institution. And when you look at the RTP document, read it thoroughly. And if you look at the BE Act itself and strategy, when you read it thoroughly, you will actually see within that document how you can actually engage that document into your policy. As my colleague has indicated, that DTIC is available to provide guidance because it's the minister, it is DTIC minister who is actually responsible when it comes to coming up with a strategy. Understanding that the BE has got direct empowerment, indirect empowerment, how do you get that into your system? But when it comes to preferential procurement, those specific goals, until the Act is repealed, as long as it is in place, that is the limitation that we have when it comes to regulations. So, in short, colleagues, when it comes to BEE, the line of sight you will not have to the Constitution. You can make a decision as an institution as to how you want to factor it in, but in terms of actually scoring and making and actually saying you're going to allocate points for that, please read thoroughly the RDP and see if within the RDP you will find something that will enable you to do that, because that is what you're going to use as your defense. So I think it's quite important, the line of sight, our policies, the system in place. Sometimes when you look at your demand plan or procurement plan, at that stage, because colleagues, what is important as we're looking at this as well, is that the accounting officer actually should take responsibility for a whole lot of these preferential issues, because this is the mandate of the institution. And if you remember very well, that there was a cabinet resolution in 2014, where the accounting officer has to actually, in his or her performance agreement, has to account when it comes to supply chain issues. And this could be one of those things. So we have to make sure that when we're doing this, this point system or goals, they are actually identified at that level. And it's not myself as an SCM practitioner who has to struggle down the line to actually come up with the empowerment criteria that is required. So our policies actually really need to be informed by our strategy. That is, that is in my view, in our view, something that if you go home and you start working on those policies, linking with our strategy, we will do ourselves justice and line of sight to the Constitution.
Thank you, colleagues. I won't be long. I know that a lot of the questions will come in that are sort of specific. Can I put this in my policy? Can I put that?
And as you know, we really are not in a position to dictate to you what you can put. The advice, as my colleagues have been saying, and as we presented, is that you need to then, that is why I said workshop the RDP document as well. Go through it, spend a day or two workshopping that document so that you can see what are some of the things. And like I said, you don't need to take everything in one go. You know, maybe start with bite-sized chunks. But what I want to say, given that we are not necessarily going to say, is it, you know, can somebody tell me, is it wrong? Oh, let me use this example. If we have faith in our different, we might be Christians or Muslim or Hindu or whatever, we've got different faith-based principles that we follow. But in our different faiths, we don't necessarily see that it says, do not smoke, or, you know, do not dance, or do whatever. But we have certain principles that we need to follow. And in answering those questions for yourself, you then would look at, if my faith says I need to treat my body as a temple, then, and I know that, let's say, taking marijuana or taking cocaine is destroying my body. So even if the law didn't tell me that I mustn't take cocaine, because of the faith maybe that I have and my religion that would tell me I mustn't destroy my body, that's a principle under which I will operate. So I might then decide that I mustn't overeat, or I mustn't do this, or I mustn't not drink water, as an example. So this is what we want to leave you with, principles, where we say the Constitution reminds us, it enjoins us that when we contract for goods or services, we must do so in accordance with a system that is fair, equitable, transparent, competitive, cost-effective. So, and then it goes on to tell us about nothing prevents an organ or state from providing for categories of persons who are historically disadvantaged by unfair discrimination, etc. Then it says national legislation must provide a framework. So although the way we've done it, we have our PFMA and MFMA that tends to talk to section 2171, and we have the triple PFA that talks to 2172 and 3. Essentially, 217, all those sub-provisions of 217 are captured in one section. It's 217 that talks to all of those three subsections. And that is why even when the procurement bill comes into effect, it's going to look at those things holistically in one piece of legislation that doesn't have this fragmentation, which is maybe why sometimes we tend to see things separated. So when we are looking even at our disposals and our leasing of state assets, when we're looking at negotiation and so on, we must take into account those principles of fairness, etc. So even if I want to break deadlock, if I will really put a system in place, and my policy and the way I've done it and my criteria, that person who has, those two people maybe who have got the total highest number of points, who have scored evenly, they might have cut their prices to the bone. And if I now want to start negotiating even further and use that as a deadlock breaking mechanism, we might find ourselves being unfair to those bidders. And where you find that the prices that they have offered are above market-related prices, or are not a fair market price, that is when you can then utilize your negotiation provisions. But it was really the considered belief of the team in drafting these regulations that to do anything outside of what is provided there as a deadlock breaking mechanism could really result in unintended consequences. So, and we know that there are various suggestions that people might come up with, but in some or other way we might find ourselves having unintended consequences when we bring in things that were not the focus of the regulations. So my point, colleagues, although I took you on a scenic route, is to say that let's remember the principles that are enshrined in 217 of the Constitution. And even if so when we're developing our policies, let's take that into account when we're aligning with our strategies. Because like with auctions, you might not want to use public auctions to get rid of, maybe you've always done it, you know, when you get rid of your fleets. But now that there's this provision, you might want to change your strategy and say, we have a mechanism for empowerment. But there might be other instances where we say, as part of our strategy, we need to have some kind of tenant mix. So then we also look at what are the provisions in section 40 of the MFMA say, and what are the provisions in Treasury Regulation 16A 6.7 say around letting of immovable assets. And we marry those two and come up with a strategy that we can defend later on. Because at the end of the day, as government, we also want to generate income, but as part of our policy, we also want to empower. So we need to find that balance and ensure that even maybe in getting the tenant mix, there might be one or two smaller stores within that mall that we can utilize for empowerment. But it's as my colleague said, we need to do our homework now. It requires us to think really broadly on these issues, and we have that opportunity. Thanks.
Right, thank you very much, colleagues, on those responses. We will come back on another round of hands. I see on my streaming platform there was a hand. Okay, it's disappeared. I will take the questions on the chat. Oh, I see the hand. There is Dayan. You can come through, Dayan, unmute yourself.
Thank you, Chair.
It's
Can we allocate points for a specific goal being
sorry, Dayan, it seems our speaker is not actually taking your audio. We may be requesting you to delay your question while we see if we can sort it out. So let's take the ones on the chat for now. Sorry about that. Right, there's a first question from Sto Unene. Question say, Triple PFA section 2.1d indicates that the specific goals may include 1. Contracting with persons or categories of persons historically disadvantaged by unfair discrimination on the basis of race. Do we have a definition of race to avoid issues of misinterpretation? Will it be left to the various organs of state to determine the racial classification, or is there a document that already provides for this definition, or is the clarity going to be provided in the implementation guide? Will be there any guide that will be issued by national? I think that also should be part of the question. And by the look of things, it seems. The following question, Togozo Mabaso. Do the regulation deal with the business forums who demand a portion of work based on being historically disadvantaged and locally based? I think those business forums that now and then would go stopping projects and demanding such a portion of work, the 30% issue. The third one, good day, Chair. I would like to request, okay, no, this one is a presentation, no, we'll sort it out. Another one, which will be the third one, for a bid which requires functionality, how does one present the evaluation criteria? How will the stages in terms of compulsory document submission, functionality, and finally the preference point work? I think the colleagues have got that question. And then the other one, the fourth one, the presenter indicated that for specific goals, proof of such will be required from the bidders. I know for race and gender, CSD reports can be used to validate this. She made an example that for people living with disability, they may submit a medical certificate. Can we get confirmation that such can be used as proof? You got that? And then the fifth question, which I'll stop here for now, from Dashini Raichan. Local content can be set as a goal, as it allowed for in terms of RTP goals. DTI was responsible for determining designated sectors and commodities. Department do not have the expertise in determining the percentage of locally imported content and in determining commodities sectors, and there is a risk of being in conflict with countries' trade agreements. What is the guidance regarding this? I would stop there for now and then allow the colleagues to take us through on these questions. Colleagues can indicate if they want me to just repeat some of the questions.
Maybe let's start with section 2:1D. Earlier on, when my colleague presented, she indicated that if a term is not defined, then it will use its ordinary meaning. So we do not define race, so it means it will assume its ordinary meaning. So we can check any dictionary what is the meaning of race. But also, around the issue of classification, we don't define race and we don't deal with the issues of race classification. So in the event that the organ of state feels that it is important for their business maybe to do that classification, that will be up to that organ of state. But they must be careful that they also do that consistent with other legislation or relevant legislation in that aspect. I will move also to the issue of the regulations around the business forums. So initially it was stated that the 2017 regulations created a problem of 30%. So now that it is not there, we will just assume that the issue of 30% in business forums will fall away because they are no longer entitled to the 30% that they first they were entitled to. So we might maybe see that there will be a decline in the interference with projects. There is no legislative or anything as it was viewed before that what came to us as National Treasurer was that the regulations created a problem. So the regulations have dealt with that problem, it's no longer there. But what we say is that organs of state must take into consideration the issues of local development and the issues of empowerment seriously, that if it is possible to empower people, historically disadvantaged persons, maybe who are within the district or within the municipality, that they do so in terms of the Act and the regulations. So that's all that we employ you to do. With regards to the issue about functionality, we stated that functionality to determine if a tender is acceptable or not, and whether those who are bidding meets the requirements is still part of an SCM function. So it's part of the department or of the institution to make sure that the tenders that are evaluated in terms of the 80-20 or the 90-10 preference point system meet the specifications and the conditions of tender. Maybe one of those will be functionality if it's part of the tender. So you still need to determine that functionality and the criteria and the thresholds. What we will do on our part is that we are working on the circular for MFMA and an instruction for PFMA compliant institutions to make sure that those principles around the drawing of specifications and functionality, if it will be part of tender, that those principles are still captured in an institution, in an instruction, or that there is a circular that is issued to guide organs of state around that. So we are looking at that. It's not lost, but it will still be there. On the issue about the CSD and also the issue about disability, when Liana was presenting, she indicated that it's up to an organ of state, based on the tender that they are putting, to determine what proof will be required. So we indicated that such proof may also include maybe a letter from a medical practitioner. So, but that will be decided by the organ of state. I must caution maybe colleagues that the CSD was revamped after the 2017 regulations to align with the 2017 regulations. So part of the things that were there were things around subcontracting, or when you use pre-qualification criteria, mainly around the designated groups. But what the supplier would do is that they would say that they are maybe an enterprise that is owned by black people, maybe they are level 1 or level 2 and so on. They will update that. But that information was not verified information. It was used to give an indication to organs of state if they want maybe to use pre-qualification criteria, or if they want to use it for subcontracting. It was only confirmed once a tender is received with supporting documentation, where there will be maybe an affidavit or a BE certificate issued either by CPR, Yes, CIPC, or any sort of accredited institution. So it was only verified at that point, but it was giving us an indication if we are issuing a tender, who are or where are the enterprises that we seek to subcontract or we seek to use in that tender. So we shouldn't regard the information that is currently available on the CSD as information that can be used to allocate points for specific goals. It's totally different. I was questioning on that. We can move to, we take the point that the DTIC had a lot of capacity in terms of doing research on local content. And we were also using our economic policy unit at the National Treasury to interact with that research that has been done by the DTIC, So there was a lot of work that was being done on the background between the DTIC and the National Treasury. However, we accept that it may not be possible now for organs of state to say they can do that research. But the goals is the determination of goals is up to the institution. So which means that you will do your industry analysis. It will be based on how you determine. Maybe you can use maybe some of the research or some of the instructions that are already in the system to determine that maybe the DTIC had done at that time and find out that maybe it can be allocated or it can be designated at this point. But it really doesn't mean that you should also maybe allocate the same preference goals if you advertise that tender. But that will be left to the organ of state to determine. We, however, acknowledge that there was capacity that was available to the DTIC and the National Treasury to do that industry and research analysis, which may not be maybe available to an organ of state. But we must acknowledge that you are not forced to do such maybe such research or level of research. Yes, thank you. I will take another question which was also sent to our desk. So the question reads as follows: what are they going to do with the CSD where the BE scorecard is used to determine historical status if we need to use the CSD to confirm HDA status? So I understand the question to say that previously with the changes in the 2017 regulations, you could use the CSD for the designated groups that were listed there. But now, like I explained earlier on, that it is no longer possible to use that information because one, it's not confirmed or verified information. So, and secondly, now we are using goals. So if, say for instance, an EME is a level 1, it doesn't mean that it is 100% owned by black people. So the only information you need to determine what information you will need to decide if the level of ownership of that institution or of that enterprise. So the CSD will no longer be the correct, in my view, source because the information is not verified today. But secondly, there is work that you will need to do in order to allocate specific points. Let's take, for instance, if you say you want to allocate points to historically disadvantaged persons, the first thing is that there are also dynamics that you must work out in your policy. Me and Sihle are historically disadvantaged. She's black. She's a black woman. So if in a tender you say you allocate points to historically disadvantaged, we will get either 10 or 20 points. If we are business partners, she's owning 50%, I'm owning 50% in a business. But if you allocate, let's say, 10 points for HDI and another 10 points for women, we cannot claim the same points for women because I'm a man, she's a woman. So you need to work out those formulas, those nitty-gritties, because it can't be that I can also although I'm black, but I'm not a woman. I can declare that I'm a man. I don't mean to offend anyone, but I'm trying to make an example that those are the nitty-gritties that you will have to work out in your policy in terms of how you allocate points. But it's possible that there will also be an enterprise that has got a mix of people. Some are historically disadvantaged, some are not historically disadvantaged, but you need to work out those technicalities in order to allocate the points. Maybe also let me also deal with this. So the regulations deal with historically disadvantaged, or firstly the Act deals with historically disadvantaged persons. So we must be careful. I've seen that we keep on using the historically disadvantaged individuals. That was a 2001 terminology, which we no longer use in these regulations. So we must be careful that we align our terminology also with the acts and the regulations, so that if in our policy we use historically disadvantaged individuals, it may not be the same thing. We may understand it to mean persons, but the Act is clear that it doesn't refer to individuals, it refers to persons. So it will be HDP, not HDI, like it was used in the 2001 regulations. So just a question of that, colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you, colleagues. We have 3 more questions that came from the floor that were written. The first one says, since we do not have minimum price for tender anymore, can municipalities decide their own tender price threshold going forward? I think colleagues should actually remember that it's not the tender price that we're talking about. It's the point system 80-20-90-10. And it's not the 30,000s and so there's a difference between the two. So, but if you're talking about the threshold, you must remember that from the triple perspective, only the minister can actually decide, and in terms of what is the threshold. But it is important to actually remember the 80-20-90-10 and also the threshold that are PFMA or MFMA actually issued. So we should not confuse those, because it looks like we're actually mixing that with what is actually part of the regs. If actually we do not, if we are interpreting the question, please do clarify, but the way we read it, it appears as if we are not talking about the point system, we're talking about the tender price. And in terms of local production and content, do we take this out? Not unless we can justify ways we allocate points for it as specific goals. Again, colleagues, the local production and content, my colleague has spoken to it, but it's not subject of these regulations. But if, as an institution, we then want to use it, we are just cautioning, say, please make sure that you can find a line of sight, your RDP, and please engage DTIC to actually assist. As my colleague has said, which I think is important, that we've got departments that are dealing with some of the issues that are actually in the RDP. They can help us in terms of how can we confirm disability? How can we confirm that an individual is actually living with disability? Because that is a very complicated space. So we need a relevant department to help us to actually come up with a way that we can actually confirm if we are using that as part of our specification. So local production and content, let us remember, colleagues, that it is not subject of these regulations. And also the last one is, should we set minimum points for specific goals to determine tenders that will progress? That is also one of the issues that we need to make sure that we are very clear that these are preferential regulations. This is for preference. It's not for gatekeeping. It's not to deprive anyone from participating when it comes to economic activities, because that is everybody's constitutional right. So these specific regulations, they're actually assisting us in giving preference when it comes to redressing and not gatekeeping. So by the time we get into the point system, especially the pricing and the issue of specific goals, you have already dealt with your technical part, with your ability to deliver. So we are at the end of the deal in any case. So there is no one that you are stopping there, unless maybe you're getting into that deadlock kind of a situation. So no, we cannot use it as a gatekeeper. It is not allowed.
Now, I think my colleagues have covered everything. Just on the first question around the minimum, as we say, we're not too sure what is meant. However, if the colleague is referring to facing my back to people. If the colleague is referring to the 30,000 that we removed from the regulations, then please bear in mind, as my colleague indicated, it's the minister's responsibility and his prerogative as given in the Act says minister must prescribe, and it's prescribed by regulation. So your policy can't change that because the policy does not allow for a minimum threshold. The only thing is when you are buying from petty cash, because you are not inviting tenders. So no, even in our own policies, we can't go and prescribe as it were. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the responses. I see there has been a new model that was adopted. I don't know when, of writing love letters. It seems like, and I see everyone is writing now. They're channeling the love letters. Should we continue allowing the love letters? No. Okay. So let's take another hand. I see there was a love letter also here, which we said we'll probably at least decide to allow it to raise a hand to prevent an unintended disruption. Okay, so there's a hand, Babumbili. Let's just note 5 hands, and then Babumkiza here from UTA, second hand. The third one is the third hand, the fourth one, the last one, already noted Mkize. Okay, so this is the fifth one. Okay, we'll go in that manner. Bambil.
Okay, thank you so much, Chair, and good afternoon to the colleagues. Mlungi Sembili from Department of Public Works. My question is around the relationship between the regulations and the BE Act. I saw on the presentation there was more emphasis to say that the status level contributor it's no longer a correct way of allocating preference points. But if you read Section 10 of the BE Act, which deals with the issue of developing your preference policies, it takes you to the relevant code of practice. On the code of practices, then what you'll be looking at there is the issues around control, management control, and all those type of elements, depending on which sector you operate within, which will then ultimately require an organ of state to request a BE certificate to validate that information. I'm not in any event trying to say that we keep the BE certificate if the law is not allowing that to be the measure of qualifying for those preference points. I saw it on the slide, but it's not on the regulation to say that the status level contributor is no longer a source document that one can use to validate the awarding of the preference points. I just want to get clarity around that, and I remember there was also, I don't know what to call a circular or a notice from DTI saying that their law, which is the BE Act, is still relevant in its entire form. So now there is a disjuncture between what the regulations are saying. Okay, the regulations are not saying that, but what the presentation is saying against what the BE Act is saying, and what the BE or what DTI see as an institution is advocating by being the custodian of the BE Act. Maybe just to piggyback on the last one, I think in my mind I had the response on the issue around the issue of thresholds. It's the second question. The issue of the thresholds, I think it emanates from the instruction note number 2. The one that talks about the value thresholds, it dealt with the old instruction note. I think it was 7 or 8 of 2007 and 8. So maybe if the response can be aligned to that instruction note number 2, 2021, 2022, I can't recall the year, but it's instruction note number 2, it's a recent instruction note. I think the issue around the equal to emanates from that instruction note. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, colleagues. Just 2 points for clarity on my side. I think I'm clear with the predicament. I think Treasury is faced with predicament here. The issue of sorting out the set-aside using pre-qualification criteria and subcontracting, which was introduced to address the 10 and the 20, because I think that was the main issue. So it's clear to say we are limited to the 10 and 20 and just use specific goals within the 10 and the 20. But then the question is, and how do we bring on board additional objectives which cannot fit within the 10 and the 20? The challenge, which was always there in procurement, was that monopoly companies will just even ignore the 10, and that's it. They will still just work on low cost and do not require, the preference points. So we're back to that position which we were about 10, 15 years ago. So my question is, are we then allowed now going forward to use the policy to look at introducing additional criteria that is able to serve as pre-qualification, or that is not completely not allowed in terms of the broader spectrum of policies? I do understand clearly that you can't use the Preference Point Act to do that, but my question is that can then we deal with that aspect in the broader policy in the absence of a procurement, the General Procurement Act or General Procurement Policy? Thank you.
Good afternoon, colleagues. When extracting the goals from the RDP document, so 1994 document, do these goals have to be approved by anyone except the accounting authority in the case of public entities? So is that approval limited to that, or is there any additional oversight required? Thanks.
Good afternoon, colleagues. In terms of the requirements that we have to implement this by the 16th of Jan, most of us are talking about government entities. our boards have already had their last meetings for the year. What happens in the instance where we can't get board approval by the 16th of Jan? Thank you.
This is the last one here. You can raise the hand. You covered? Oh, okay. All right. Okay, we can hand over the mic for response.
Good afternoon. I've just got a question of clarity. I'm looking at the Act, and it's sitting right in front of me. So the Act uses the word may. It says specific goals may include. It's not a must, it's a may. It basically gives you options, I would assume. And basically lists two categories. And then part E of the Act is any specific goal for which a point may be awarded must be clearly specified in the invitation to tender. So from my general, just by listening to everyone, there's been clear indication not to use the Act or point system. So why couldn't the point system then fit into category E as it is specified in the Act? I just want clarity on that point. Because my point being is that in the Act it uses a may, and there's a specific point E where it says any specific goal. So please can it be clarified by that?
Thank you. I'm actually excited when I hear that question because it is a very good question. Sorry, I'm starting with the latter one. The one about the specific goals. Sorry, let me just stand aside. Okay. So the PAG is right. When you read the Act, if you read 2.1d, it does say specific goals may be allocated to persons or categories of persons historically disadvantaged, and it goes on to explain 2.1d, Roman numeral 1 and 2. But then when you look at 2.1b, so we ourselves asked that question when we were looking at that. We said, is it not possible to go outside of what is provided for in 2.1d because of the use of the word may? And then we actually went and got legal opinion on that from senior counsel. And what the opinion came back to tell us was that if you look at 2.1b, Roman numeral 1 and 2, when it refers to the specific goals, it specifically says, as contemplated in 2.1d. And therefore, what the council was saying is that when you look at that, the may, in essence, is relating to the flexibility that you have to choose within 2.1d, Roman numeral 1 and 2. But it's not saying that you have a discretion to go outside of that, because when it says that the minister must prescribe the threshold amounts for the specific goals within which the 80-20 and 90-10 will be applied, it says specific goals as contemplated in D. So the essence of that opinion was that in this particular instance, when we talk about specific goals, we are linking it to that list that is contained in D. And so you will notice as well from time to time, I know when people see the word may and the word must, it's almost as though may is used in a discretionary way and must is used in a mandatory way. But often with legal drafting, it's not necessarily the case. And that is why even for us, it was a fundamental question, important enough that we sought legal opinion on. And hence, this is why we even say, when it relates to specific goals and the points that must be awarded, it is in relation to those goals. And when we read D and E together, in the reading that we have is that where it says any points for which a specific goal may be awarded must be, you must indicate the points and they must be measurable and quantifiable, etc. But it's again referring to those specific goals as contemplated in D, Roman numeral 1 and 2. So I know it links to other questions, but let me let my colleagues take it because I don't have my book with me. But I just wanted to sort of address that one as well and say it really is a good question. It was one that we thought of ourselves and important enough to get opinion on. Thank you.
Thank you, colleagues. I will just deal with one question, then I'll hand over to my colleague. Then the relationship between the BE Act and the current regulations, colleagues. I think it's important for us to really appreciate the fact that these regulations, these are not regulations for the BE Act. These are the regulations for the PFA. So maybe that is why we might actually see that there is misalignment, because they are regulating a different piece of legislation. Yes, in terms of the reason why both these pieces of legislation, the BE Act and the PFA, were actually, they were actually issued, it's because they are addressing the issue of transformation. And they are addressing it differently. DTIC have got a different mandate, broader than the mandate that National Treasury has. But somewhere there needs to be touch points. It does not mean that one needs to fully give effect to the other. And if colleagues remember, at some point, BE certificate was not used. A decision was taken by Cabinet, where Cabinet said, National Treasury, DTIC, try to marry and actually make this work. So I guess what could have happened then was to repeal the PFA and align it at that level. But the alignment was done at a regulation level, which really did not work. So what is happening now, we're saying we are going to have our line of sight where BE is not in that line of sight. However, we are mindful of the fact that the broader objective of government is to transform. And we are looking at DTIC, National Treasury, how do we assist institutions to implement both pieces of legislation for the broader objective of government. So we are not looking at BEE being addressed, the Act itself being addressed or directly addressed by these regulations. However, I think, colleagues, as we said earlier, please read the BE Act and its strategy thoroughly. You will see how, as an institution, you'll be able to actually advance some of the DTIC's objective. Because, for example, if you are empowering me as a black woman, you are actually dealing with one of the elements of the BE scorecard, which is the first one, of ownership. You are actually adding value at that level. So you are enhancing my scorecard indirectly through the preferential procurement. So there is a relationship that is not as we think it is, that the scorecard was an easy way of doing it. We're saying now, please read and see how we are going to advance those two. So trying to force to marry the two, it's not going to work. But understanding them separately and how they touch, their touch points, that is what will actually enhance even our policies. But as you said, if the institution is of the view that the scorecard is one of the objectives that the institution wants to use, then that institution is at liberty to do so, provided you can defend it when actually it is challenged. So we won't be able to say yes or no, but we're providing principles that will help you to actually, or help any institution to actually ensure that you can engage with anyone who challenges you, just having that line of sight in your policy. And just before I give to my colleague, in terms of the specific goals as to who approves, the organ of states is actually the ultimate approval. So there is no approval outside the organ of states in terms of the specific goals, because the specific goals are talking directly into the strategy, talking directly into your market analysis, talking directly into the research that the institution or the organ of state has actually undertaken. So the institution is actually fully responsible and fully empowered by the constitution to actually approve. I'll give to my colleague.
Sorry, just before we give over to our other colleagues, I just wanted to add, on the issue of the BBBEE Act and so on, you will recall, colleagues, on the 2nd of November, when the Supreme Court of Appeal first issued its judgment and declared the PPR 2017 invalid, and the entire set. On the 4th of November, the BBBEE Commission issued a media release where they indicated that the judgment does not affect the BBBEE legislation. And they indicated that they can still assist organs of state in implementing their policies and utilize BEE legislation. So they themselves were quite comfortable, and indeed rightly so, I guess, because it is a separate piece of legislation with its own particular set of objectives. So it doesn't need the preferential procurement regulations, which are subordinate instruments to the PPPA, in order for it to take effect. Utilizing a scorecard may have been the most sort of the simpler way, if I can call it that way, of implementing certain provisions. But remember, when I read section 10, it says, must, as far as possible, must consider and as far as reasonably possible implement the codes of good practice in implementing their policies and determining. So as far as possible, so they need to tell you what they envisaged when they saw that. And that's why I said they wrote to us and we undertook to them that we will encourage institutions to approach them. So they are ready and waiting for you to approach them because they are eager to help you in that regard. Because like I said, they themselves indicated that the judgment has no effect on their legislation and its implementation. So I just wanted to add that. And then lastly, just on the issue also of approval, as my colleague has said, I wanted to add that even National Treasury or even neither the AG even has the right to tell you what specific goals to put in your policy, because it's your right as an institution. What AG may very well do, though, is to say to you that these specific goals that you have there, though, we don't see them located in the Act, we don't see them located in the RDP document. So that might be a discussion that you would have. But by and large, none of us have the right to say that for this tender, why did you use persons living with disabilities? Why didn't you use women? That's nobody's right. Nobody has the right to tell you as an organ of state what to do. It's your institution. That's why even the Act talks about organ of state. So it's something that's contained within your institution based on your strategies and your objectives, etc., etc. Thanks, colleagues.
Because we are all ending, let me add a qualification that the policy must follow institutional approval processes so that it is adopted as or is recognized as the policy of the institution. Because it's not something that you can just write and say, we've got a policy. I'm sure that there are institutional processes. I think my colleagues have answered most of the questions, save for two, which is with regard to instruction note 2 of 2001, of 2021-2022, and the one that was on pre-qualification. Maybe let me start with the one, the threshold values for procurement. Colleagues, let's make a distinction that there is a distinction between thresholds for procurement and thresholds for the application of the preference point system. So they are distinct, they are not the same. So the one that is issued in terms of a national treasury instruction is threshold values for procurement. So those thresholds tell you what is it that you can buy for petty cash, when can you invite quotations, when do you go out for open competitive bidding. previously, I think in the 2007 practice note, you had the 10,000 that you can invite one and so on, which were removed in the 2021-22 instruction. Those are thresholds for procurement. And then we've got threshold for the application of a preference point system, where we say that the regulations now say the 80-20 preference point system is applicable for all procurement below 50 million, equal to or below 50 million when you invite suppliers or tenders. That's the preference point system. And the 90-10 for all procurement above 50 million. So there is a distinction. It is not clear how we confuse maybe the two, but we make that distinction that it's either you invite when you go out on open on quotation, or when you go out on open competition, when you advertise and so on. So there is that distinction. And then there is a question that was asked by Mr. Mkhize on the use of pre-qualification criteria and whether they can include pre-qualification criteria in their policy. I think maybe let me explain first what the Supreme Court of Appeal stated in their judgment. I will try and explain it maybe. I will take some time in trying to explain this because it's very complex. So, in the High Court, the minister won that case. One of the reasons was that the minister won was that the judge said the Act states what is an acceptable tender, and the concept of acceptable tender is left to an organ of state to determine. So, using pre-qualification criteria was that the organ of state then can determine in terms of what will be an acceptable tender for pre-qualification, and then you use pre-qualification. However, the Supreme Court of Appeal then stated that the minister put an antecedent step which was inconsistent with Section 217 of the Act. And then the case went to the Constitutional Court. So the case went to the Constitutional Court. The Constitutional Court did not set aside the judgment of the Supreme Court of Appeal, which said that the minister set an antecedent step, which was against Section 217 of the Constitution. But it ruled that in the majority judgment, which was penned by Justice Mazza, they ruled that what the minister was trying to do was consistent with Section 217 or Section 217(2) of the Constitution. But they said it was not the minister's power to do that. So, if you look at that, they said it's fine what the minister was supposed to do. He should not have done that because it was set to, it was reserved, or it was the responsibility of an organ of state to determine. But they also put a proviso that you must determine that policy and implement it according to the framework that is prescribed in Section 2 or in Section 2.1 of the Act. So then Section 2.1 of the Act gives you that a preference point system, you must apply a preference point system and all those things that are listed under Section 2.1 of the Act. So if you intend to apply the pre-qualification criteria, so the test will be that you need to look at what you want to apply and see if it will be consistent with Section 2.1 of the Act. And then maybe the question that we can ask is, does Section 2.1 of the Act then allows an organ of state to set what the Supreme Court of Appeal stated as an antecedent step? In our view, we do not find it. That's why earlier on we said you cannot disqualify bidders on the basis that they are not what maybe you want. Let's say, for instance, if you say the tender, you will allocate points for women, we said you cannot disqualify men who are bidding. You know, if you say you target people with disability, you cannot disqualify women because they are also bidding on the basis that they are not your targets. So that's what I think that's the technicality that is in the Act, because although the Constitutional Court said that they understand what the minister is seeking to achieve, they say he cannot determine that policy. But they say even if the organ of state determines the policy, they must implement it in accordance with the framework that is set out in Section 2.1 of the Act. Thank you. Oh, okay, sorry. I think there was another one. Apologies, colleagues. There was another question that what will happen if, say, the organ of state doesn't have an approved policy by 16 January 2023. It means that any procurement that will be taking place will not be in accordance with the preferential procurement policy of that organ of state, and it may be declared irregular because you are in terms of the Act supposed to determine preferential procurement policy and implement it according to the Act. So if you do not have a preferential procurement policy, it means that you are procuring without any legislative mandate. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, colleagues. May I, with permission, request that we break for lunch. If there are still questions, when we come back, we'll just take a few of them and then we move to the next agenda item, because the next agenda item is not so long. Am I permitted? Okay. Colleagues, let's take lunch. We'll come. It's a 30-minute lunch, so we'll come back at 14:05. Thank you. The colleagues on the platform, please take lunch. We'll be coming back at 2:05. Thank you very much. Church. How are you losing a bunch of wow? Church,
You're right. Yeah,
Hi,
Right, welcome back, colleagues. Welcome back from lunch. Welcome back. So for those colleagues who are still having lunch, please let's have a working lunch as we want to wrap up as soon as possible. So what we are going to do now, we are going to take another round of questions. There were questions on the chat that were pending from way back. So we're going to take that and see if ever there are still questions from the floor. And once we finalize that, we're going to wrap and close the session. We are going to request that we excuse this next line item, obviously because of time issues and because of some of the considerations that we have noted. So in terms of the chats, so in terms of question on the chat, there is Tashini. She's asking how it will be ensured that there is uniform application across departments, e.g. one department may use medical certificates as proof of disability, whilst another may require affidavit. So I think my colleagues there have also indicated that it will be on the discretion of the organs of state what proof they are looking for to prove a disability. So we can write off that question. Is it safe to do so, colleagues? Sure. Mr. Mkunu, Tando Mkunu, is asking, this regulation is more confusing. that the one we had. We will get a lot of tenders being irregular expenditure. We will disagree with AG about the interpretation. I'm not sure if Matingwan is commenting or looking for a response there. But I'll allow the colleagues, if they feel that they have a response to that, I will allow them to respond. Again, Tashini. Clarity is required on the use of BBBE scorecard attributes in the combination with specific goals, e.g., out of 20 points, you allocate 10 points to BE status level and 10 points to other policy objectives. So the colleagues will be required to respond to that. Londiwe Mhlamvu. Yeah, Londiwe Mhlamvu. My question is regarding transversal contracts. We have been trying to get RT 57 updated contracts because all suppliers are saying they are not on the contracts for TLBs. In that case, do we do an open bidding process, or maybe there is someone new that we can use? Sorry for asking that now because we having a load shedding. May I please may I please refer this question to my team from contract management? I think it's not necessarily specific to the topic of today. So we'll address this one separately to prevent any delays. So my team from Provincial Contract Management will deal with this one on a separate. Okay, can you see again? In a case where the enterprise has two directors, one falls within the HDIs and the other is not. E.g., one director owns 30% and is within the HDI, the other owns 70% and is not within the HDI, do we still allocate points? Yeah, I think this is the last question on the chat. Just to double check if there are any questions from the floor, so that you can just take all of them at once and we respond and we close the session. Any questions from the floor? Going once. Gone. So there are no questions from the floor. So may I kindly request that the colleagues respond to the question that we posed. Okay, I see a hand there at the back. Thank you.
Good afternoon, colleagues. My name is Vishal Ramdas. I just want to make a follow-up to the last question just before the lunch break regarding the implementation date. And that being 16 Jan, we must have this policy in place. Now, the challenge we're going to have as a public entity is my board meets for the last time on Wednesday, and there's no way we will have a policy to present to them on Wednesday for them to consider and approve in time for the implementation date that's been presented at this stage. My question then is, would we be allowed, as in the past when new acts and that comes into play, would there be a general, what's going on? Just slipped my mind now what I'm asking for. That's what happens after that.
You want an exemption?
Yes, would there be a general exemption just to allow us time to be able to get our policy in place, noting that for us to even get this through, there's 3 committees that would need to meet prior to that board meeting for consideration. We left with probably 2 weeks before everyone goes into a shutdown, and then first week of Jan is actually not really a working week. You then got effectively 3 weeks in which to implement this. So would there be consideration, or is Treasury going to put out a general exemption to allow us some sort of exemption, especially on the specific goals, for entities to implement this policy? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm sure there are no other rising questions after this one, so we can allow our guest speakers to respond. Oh, sorry, there is a love letter here. Direct question, yes or no? If the organ of the state decide to use BE, or if the organ of the state decide not to use BE, would they be transgressing in their preferential policies?
We would like to clarify that before we leave. So if he can or she can raise what is it that is confusing, because the horses are here, so you must get it from the horse's mouth. Any clarity? We're here for that. To be honest, that we try and offer as much clarity as possible. So we don't mind responding to any question. And around the issue of the use of the BE scorecard, let me try and read from the Act, the BE Act, and read from the Preferential Procurement Policy Framework Act, so that we are clear it's not about what we interpret, but we read from the 2 pieces of legislation. So in terms of Section 2.1 of the PPPFA, an organ of state must determine its preferential procurement policy and implement it within the following Act. Then there is 80/20 and the 90/10. Preference point system, that is in the Act. And then it goes on to say, in Section C, any other acceptable tender which are higher in price must score fewer points on pro rata basis calculated on their tender prices in relation to the lowest acceptable tender in accordance with the prescribed formula. We know the formula is prescribed in B and in B and C, in B, Roman figure 1, Roman figure 2. And then it says in D, the specific goals may include contracting with persons or categories of persons historically disadvantaged by unfair discrimination on the basis of race, gender, or disability. And secondly, it says implementing the program of the Reconstruction and Development Program as published in Government Gazette number 16085 dated 23 November 1994. So in terms of the Preferential Procurement Policy Framework Act, you must allocate goals for preference. Then that's what the Act and that's what the regulations then require organs of states to do. So in terms of Section 10, so the heading under Section 10 of the BBBEE Act is the status of codes of good practice. It says every organ of state and public entity must take into account and, as far as is reasonably possible, apply any relevant code of good practice issued in terms of this Act. There is A, which is determining qualification criteria for issuing of licenses, concessions, or other authorizations in terms of any law. And B, developing and implementing a preferential procurement policy. So Section 10 of the BBBEE Act says an organ of state and public entities must take into account. So the test there, or the requirement, is that you must take into account, as far as is reasonably possible, when applying a relevant code of good practice. So the one that will be maybe that will be relevant for the purposes of these discussions is when developing and implementing a preferential procurement policy. So the BBBEE Act does not state that organs of state must use BBBEE status level of contributor to allocate points. So there is no requirement from the BBBEE Act that you must allocate points in terms of the BBBEE Act. And it's never said that before. It was based on the alignment after a cabinet said there must be an alignment that the two, the National Treasury and the DTI, said maybe what we could do is that we can use the BBBEE scorecard to allocate points. And then they work on that and say, we will allocate points based on this and that and that. But it was never the requirement of the BBBEE Act that it must be used to allocate preference points on public procurement. It was never the case. It was just adopted and applied to allocate points. It's never, and the way the ownership, the BBBEE scorecard has got elements. If you look at the BBBEE scorecard and you look at the PPPFA, the emphasis on the PPPFA is on allocation of points to people who are historically disadvantaged, and which you will make a determination on how many points you wish to advance in that tender. So in terms of the PPPE, maybe ownership is allocated a certain percentage, which is not the same with the PPPFA. So in the PPPFA, you can allocate points based on what you want. You can choose, let's say for instance, if you say you want to allocate points for women-owned enterprises, that's your choice because the Act says that you can do that. You can choose the specific goals that you would want to promote. So I think we must be clear that on a principle level, that there was never a requirement that a BBBEE scorecard must be used to allocate points. In terms of the PPPFA, it was never the case. It was the determination of policy in trying to align the BBBEE, the requirements of the BBBEE Act and the PPPFA. So there was never that requirement. All that we are saying now is that BBBEE has been omitted, so is out, in our view, is out of the picture. So at National Treasury, we no longer deal with matters related with BBE because the alignment has been discarded. In the event that you want, as an organ of state, to say, how can we consider the codes of BEE, of good practice, I'm sorry, when determining our policy, we are saying that is reserved for the DTIC because they are a competent department with the mandate on BBE. It's not within the mandate of the National Treasury. We are saying the BBE Act and the codes are still the policy of government. The BBE is a legislation, it's still the policy of government. And we are saying the BBFA is also a policy of government, but they are managed separately and their mandates are not the same. I hope we can move from that one. And then there was an issue around if when directors are not from maybe the same race group and so on. I've already said earlier on that you are required to determine that in terms of your policy, how you are going to work out how you allocate points based on the ownership and what you want to advance in the tender. So that is reserved for an organ of state. Earlier on, I've made an example where you've got maybe a male and a female who are both historically disadvantaged persons owning an enterprise and saying you can't allocate maybe all the points for women or all the points, although you can allocate all points for being historically disadvantaged, but you can't allocate points for women-owned enterprises to that. So you need to work it out, how you're going to work out on ownership. It's the same thing if another one is historically disadvantaged and the other one is not historically disadvantaged. You need to work out how you will allocate those points. We can't deal with that because it's not at the core of, it's not necessary for the minister to prescribe that. One organization or one institution can have a better formula and how they will do that, but we leave it out because those are the nitty-gritties that should be left out to organs of state to get in mind. I've got a question also with regard to the implementation dates. We know that it might be, well, for others too late, but we do not have something that is a general exemption. There will be no general exemption. And most unfortunately, we are not the institution that deals with exemptions. But let me read from what the Act says, maybe so that we are precise. So, the Section 3 of the Act says the minister may, on request, exempt an organ of state from any or all the provisions of this Act. Then it lists A, it is in the interest of national security, B, the likely tenders are international suppliers, or C, it is in the public interest. So it's up to an organ of state. So there's no general exemption that can be applied. We discussed this during the judgment and whether we could just offer an exemption to all organs of state in order to deal with the issue of the request that will be coming in and so on. But when reading the Act, we find out that we can't offer a general exemption to all organs of state because the Act says the minister may, on request, exempt an organ of state. So it means that there must be a request from an organ of state, and the minister may only apply his mind once the organ of state has sought that request. So we also note we don't know sitting here because we are from policy and our colleagues from GMC deal with a request for exemptions. So we wouldn't know what they will be considered in that regard. But we are saying, in the event that an organ of state wants to apply, then they will have to do that individually based on their circumstances. And it is not that a general exemption may be issued to organs of state. Thank you, colleagues.
Thank you. Sorry, I just wanted to add one more thing, that in terms of the exemptions, we must also remember that there are only 3 specific grounds on which exemptions may be granted. The one being if it's in the interests of national security, if there are international suppliers, and if it's in the public interest. And it may be argued that it is in the public interest for preferential procurement to be effected as it is a policy of government. I think, colleagues, what we need to also say is that we need to appreciate that sometimes when things happen, like a court case and so on, it causes a disruption to the business as usual way of doing things. So when this judgment happened, some of us had to work around the clock. We had to indicate to the respective people that approve things that they need to expedite the approvals. So people were looking at emails and so on at odd hours at night and so on. So it might be, and when we went to some of the provinces as well, what they did is they also got a lot of their heads of departments, their provincial entities and so on to also join, so that the decision makers can hear for themselves the situation and do what is necessary in order to expedite certain things. And like I said, I think we keep, maybe in our minds, we are feeling a little bit panicky because we think there's this mammoth task that we need to do. But again, I'll repeat, you already have a procurement policy, I would imagine. So you don't need to necessarily have a separate preferential procurement policy. You can incorporate the elements of the preference into your current policy. And as a start, you already have what is there in section 21D. So I'm not telling you what to do, but I'm saying look at it incrementally. Start with bite-sized chunks so that you have something by the time the 16th happens. The other option is that if you don't have a policy in place by the 16th, it then might mean that you delay your procurement, and you don't necessarily want to do that. But the reality is, again, I'm not saying don't apply for an exemption. If you feel that your reasons are justifiable and they fall within the 3 reasons that are in the Act in section 3, then again, like we said, it's not our unit that looks at that, and we can't stop you from applying for that. But I'm saying, bear in mind that there are specific bases on which you can apply for an exemption. And again, in terms of, as my colleague said, in terms of a blanket exemption, because the Act says the minister may, on request, approve, he cannot just then give a blanket exemption, because not everybody even wants an exemption in any case. But some of the institutions have already started, once the Gazette happened, they started workshopping the RDP document and so on. So we're saying, again, we're not unsympathetic to the situation, but we're saying sometimes it might require that you don't just go along with the usual dates that are scheduled for meetings, but that you do something extraordinary to try and accommodate this extraordinary situation. Thanks.
Thank you very much. I think we are about to wrap. So just a quick one, clarity. So in a case where the organs of state decide to engage DTI in terms of the guidance in matters relating to procurement, would that not be in any case trumping with your roles and responsibilities in terms of section 216 of the Constitution, read with the PFMA section 76? C, as it gives that sole authority to National Treasury to talk to those matters.
Maybe let me state that the organs of state, if it was not clear from my earlier response, will be engaging DTI on how they can consider shouldn't be in developing their policy. The responsibility currently to administer procurement-related policy and legislation rests with the National Treasury. We are not abdicating that responsibility. Where there is a portion which is in the BBBE Act, which says that you must, as far as reasonably possible, consider the BBBE Act in developing your preferential procurement policy. That is the aspect that we are saying that organs of state must consult the DTIC on. It's not issues of procurement. If the DTIC maybe were to then advise on procurement, then that would be another thing that maybe they are not supposed to do. But it's just section 10B of the BBBE Act that we say that organs of state may consult the DTIC. Thanks.
Right, thank you very much. I think we needed that response. So, insofar as the program of today, I think we have exhausted everything. So, I would like to hand over to the Chief Director to wrap up. Oh, to the Provincial Accountant General. Sorry about that. So, I would like to allow the Provincial Accountant General to wrap up and say a few words. Thank you, Mr. Santan.
Good afternoon, all. First of all, I'd like to thank our colleagues from National Treasury. I think it's very insightful. It actually helped clarify a lot of things in my mind, and I'm sure, just based on the level of questions, I think everyone is still a bit confused, but hopefully we will clarify that in the next few months. I think what's important for us as a province is to ensure that we get our our policies in place, because if we don't have our policies in place, we are not going to be able to procure post 16th. As a provincial treasury, our doors are open. We'd want to review some of the policies. I'm not sure we'll get through all of the policies by the 16th, but you're welcome to submit your policies to provincial treasury just for review purposes. What we're going to have to do is at some stages report to the cabinet whether all institutions in the province actually do have a policy. I'm not sure about the address or where people can send their queries to, but I'm sure our SCM team will put up the addresses or the hotline where you can phone in and look and get assistance if you so choose. We're hoping to do the bulk of the policies before we break for Christmas and possibly the first week in January. Yeah, I'll leave it at that. And I'd just really like, as say again, to thank our colleagues from National Treasury. I think it's much appreciated. I'm sure you'll also give us an address where we can contact you for any general queries, because it's the first time I've actually sat and listened, and there's so many questions about a specific item. So I'm sure your doors are open as well as ours. Thank you very much, guys. Travel safely.
Thank you very much. The session is closed.